is a particular quality to certain kinds of knowledge, the kind that changes how you see everything else once you possess it. The Norse people understood this. They lived in a world where the future was not hidden behind a veil of comforting uncertainty, but spoken aloud by those who could see. The vulva, the seer, the one who knew, would tell what was coming. And what was coming, always, eventually, was an ending. Not just any ending, but the ending. Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods, the unraveling of everything that had been woven together since the beginning of time. This is the story of that ending, but it is not told as a moment of sudden destruction. It is told as a long history, a slow gathering, a tightening that happens over ages until the final knot pulls tight and everything that was held together comes apart. Ragnarök was never a surprise. It was always known. The knowledge sat in the minds of gods and mortals alike, a weight that could not be set down, truth that could not be unfelt. And yet, knowing the ending did not stop anyone from living. If anything, it gave life a particular intensity, a clarity born from understanding that time was not infinite and therefore could not be wasted. The Norse cosmos was not designed for eternity. It was designed to be inhabited, to be defended, to be maintained through constant effort. There was no primordial perfection, no garden from which everyone had been expelled. There was only the world as it was, beautiful and terrible, ordered and chaotic, sustained by work, and threatened always by the forces that pressed against its boundaries. The 9 worlds hung in a structure both magnificent and fragile, connected by Yggdrasil, the world tree, whose roots drank from ancient wells, and whose branches held the sky. This tree was not merely symbolic. It was the actual frame of existence, a living thing that could be wounded, that could burn, that could die. At the top of the tree was Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods, who were the primary defenders of order. Below and around it were other worlds. Midgard, where humans lived. Jotunheim, the realm of giants. Alfheim, home of the light elves. Svartalfheim, where dwarves work their forges deep in the earth. Vanaheim, where the Vanir gods dwelled. Niflheim, the world of ice and mist. Muspelheim, the realm of fire. And Helheim, the land of the dead. Each world had its nature, its inhabitants, its role in the larger pattern. And each world was connected to the others through roots and branches, through travel and trade, through conflict and alliance. The gods who lived in Asgard were not distant, abstract powers. They were beings with personalities, relationships, flaws, and virtues. Odin, the All-Father, was wise but often ruthless in his pursuit of knowledge. Thor was strong and courageous, but sometimes reckless. Frigg was loving, but could not protect those she loved from fate. Tyr was just but paid the price for justice with his own flesh. Loki was clever, but grew bitter under the weight of never quite belonging. These were not perfect beings ruling from on high. They were powerful beings trying to maintain order in a fundamentally unstable universe. And they made mistakes, and those mistakes accumulated over time like debts that would eventually need to be paid. The beginning of all things, in Norse understanding, was not peaceful. The cosmos was formed from violence, from the body of Ymir, the first giant, killed by Odin and his brothers. The earth was made from Ymir's flesh, the mountains from his bones, the sea from his blood, the sky from his skull. This act of creation through destruction set the pattern for everything that followed. Order came from the defeat of chaos, but chaos was never truly eliminated. It was only pushed back, held at bay, kept at the edges. The giants descendants of Ymir's line, remembered. They lived in Jotunheim and the wild places, and they waited. They were not evil in any simple sense, but they were opposed to the gods' vision of order. They represented a different way of being, untamed, unpredictable, aligned with raw, elemental forces rather than civilized structure. The relationship between gods and giants was complex. They were enemies, yes, but they also intermarried. They made alliances and broke them. They needed each other in ways neither side liked to admit. Odin himself was part giant through his mother's line. The walls of Asgard were built with the help of a giant, though the gods tricked him out of his payment. Many of the gods' most precious possessions, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Odin's spear Gungnir, Freya's necklace Brisingamen, were made by dwarves, beings who existed in the liminal spaces between order and chaos. The Norse cosmos was not a simple battle between good and evil. It was a tense, complicated network of relationships, debts, grudges, and necessities. Into this network came prophecy. The Volva saw what would happen. She saw the sequence of events that would lead to Ragnarök. She saw the signs that would precede it. 3 winters, with no summer in between. The breaking of all bonds and oaths. Brother turning against brother. The sun and moon devoured by wolves. The stars falling from the sky. She saw the great wolf Fenrir breaking his chains. She saw the world serpent Jörmungandr rising from the ocean. She saw Loki breaking free and leading an army against the gods. She saw the final battle on the plain of Vigrid. She saw the deaths of Odin and Thor, of Tyr and Freyr, of Heimdall and Loki. She saw Surtur setting the world on fire. She saw the land sinking beneath the waves. But she also saw what came after. She saw the earth rising again, green and clean. She saw the surviving gods gathering in peace. She saw 2 humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, emerging from their shelter to populate the new world. The prophecy was complete. It included destruction, yes, but also renewal. It was not a vision of absolute ending, but of cyclical transformation. This made the knowledge bearable, perhaps, but it did not make it light. Odin heard this prophecy, and it changed him. He became obsessed with gathering wisdom, with learning everything that could be learned, with preparing as thoroughly as possible for the ending he knew was coming. He sacrificed his eye to drink from Mimir's well, the well of memory and knowledge. He hung himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear, a sacrifice of himself to himself in order to learn the runes, symbols of power that could shape reality. He sent his 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, out into the worlds each day to gather information and bring it back to him. He questioned the dead, traveling to the underworld to speak with seers who had passed beyond life. He gathered the greatest warriors who died in battle, bringing them to Valhalla so they would fight for him when Ragnarök came. All of this effort, all of this sacrifice was driven by the knowledge of the ending. Odin could not prevent Ragnarök. Prophecy was not a warning to be heeded, but a fate to be faced. But he could prepare for it. He could go into the final battle with as much power, as much knowledge, as many allies as possible. This was Odin's way of dealing with the inevitable. He met it head on, gathering strength, refusing to be passive even in the face of fate. Thor took a different approach. Thor was not a planner. He was a doer, a fighter, a defender. His role was to protect Midgard and Asgard from the giants who constantly tested the boundaries. He would ride out in his chariot pulled by 2 goats, Tangrisnir and Tangenjoster, with Mjolnir in his hand. and he would find giants who had ventured too close to the human world, or who threatened the stability of the cosmos, and he would fight them. Thor's approach to the knowledge of Ragnarök was to ignore it most of the time and focus on the immediate work in front of him. There would be a final battle someday, yes, and he would fight in it. But until then, there were smaller battles to fight, boundaries to defend, people to protect. Thor's simplicity was a kind of wisdom. He did not torture himself with questions about fate and free will. He did not agonize over whether his efforts mattered, if everything would end anyway. He simply did his work, because it was the right work to do. The farmers needed protection. The fishermen needed calm seas. The travelers needed safe roads. Thor provided these things. He was the god of common people, the one they called on when thunder rolled across the sky, the one they trusted to keep them safe. And in doing this work, day after day, season after season, year after year, Thor found meaning that did not depend on permanence. Frigg, Odin's wife, and the mother of many gods, carried the knowledge of Ragnarök differently. She was a seer herself, though she rarely spoke of what she saw. She knew the fates of all beings, but she kept this knowledge close. Her response to the prophecy was to try to protect those she loved as much as possible. When her son Balder began having dreams of his own death, she took action. She traveled throughout all the worlds and extracted oaths from everything, every plant, every animal, every stone, every metal, every element, that they would not harm Balder. She believed that if she could eliminate all possible threats, she could keep him safe despite what prophecy might say. This effort was both touching and futile. Frigg's love for her son was absolute, and she expressed it through this exhaustive quest to secure his safety. But the quest was based on a misunderstanding of how fate works in the Norse cosmos. Fate was not something that could be bargained with or circumvented through clever planning. It was woven into the structure of reality. The Norns, the three sisters who sat at the base of Yggdrasil and wove the threads of destiny, did their work, regardless of what anyone wanted or feared. Frigg could extract all the oaths she wanted, but if Balder was fated to die, he would die. And the mechanism of that death would find whatever small oversight she had made, whatever tiny exception existed in her comprehensive protection. The oversight, as it turned out, was mistletoe. Frigg had judged it too young, too small, too harmless to bother with. She had extracted oaths from oak trees and iron and wolves and poison, but not from the small parasitic plant that grew on other trees and seemed to pose no threat to anyone. This oversight would become the instrument of Balder's death, and that death would be the clearest sign that Ragnarök was no longer a distant prophecy, but an approaching reality. But before Balder's death, before the final unraveling began in earnest, there were long ages of relative stability. The gods ruled from Asgard. Humans lived in Midgard. The giants stayed mostly in Jotunheim. The dwarves worked their forges. The elves pursued their mysterious purposes. Yggdrasil stood strong, though its roots were gnawed constantly by the dragon Nidhogg, and its branches were nibbled by deer. The world required constant maintenance, constant vigilance, constant effort, but it held together. During these ages, the gods made choices that seemed necessary at the time, but that planted the seeds of future disaster. They made enemies they did not need to make. They broke oaths they should have kept. They allowed pride and fear to guide decisions that should have been guided by wisdom. Each of these choices was small in itself. None of them seemed catastrophic at the time. But together, over centuries and millennia, they created a structure of resentment, distrust, and unresolved tension that would eventually collapse under its own weight. One of the most consequential of these choices involved Loki and his children. Loki was a complicated figure, impossible to categorize cleanly. He was counted among the Aesir, but he was not truly one of them. His father was the giant Farbauti, his mother was Laufey. He had sworn brotherhood with Odin in the distant past, a blood oath that bound them together, and it was this oath that gave Loki his place in Asgard. But he was never fully trusted, never fully accepted, always regarded with a certain wariness. Loki was useful, there was no denying that. He was clever in ways the other gods were not. When problems arose that could not be solved through strength or courage or honor, Loki could often solve them through trickery, through shape-shifting, through exploiting loopholes and technicalities. He retrieved stolen treasures. He negotiated with dwarves. He found ways out of impossible situations. The gods relied on him, even as they kept him at arm's length. But Loki also caused problems. He played tricks that went too far. He mocked the gods at their own feasts. He revealed secrets that should have stayed hidden. He was unpredictable, chaotic, a source of disruption, even when that disruption was not strictly malicious. The gods tolerated this because they needed his abilities, but the tolerance was thin. Loki could feel it. He could feel that he was permitted rather than welcomed, used rather than valued, kept around because he was useful, but never truly embraced as family. This feeling was exacerbated by how the gods treated his children. Loki had several children from different relationships. With his wife Sigyn, he had sons who were counted among the Aesir without question. But with the giantess Angerboda, he had 3 children, who were not human-shaped, not easily categorized, and therefore feared: Fenrir the wolf, Jörmungandr the serpent, and Hel, who was half living and half corpse. When the gods learned of these children, they consulted prophecy and learned that terrible things would come from them at Ragnarök. Fenrir would kill Odin, Jörmungandr would kill Thor, Hel would provide an army of the dead. Armed with this knowledge, the gods made a decision. They would remove these children from the equation, neutralize them before they could become threats. Hel was sent to Niflheim, the world of ice and mist, and given rulership over the realm of the dead, those who died of sickness or old age, rather than in glorious battle. This was not necessarily a cruel fate, but it was an exile. Hel was removed from Asgard, separated from her father, given a kingdom, but also a prison. She would rule over the dead in the cold and the dark, far from the light and warmth of the living worlds. Jörmungandr was cast into the ocean that encircled Midgard. Thor himself hurled the serpent into the sea, and there Jörmungandr grew. He grew so large that he eventually encircled the entire world and caught his own tail in his mouth, becoming the Midgard serpent, the living boundary between the known world and the chaos beyond. He was not killed, but he was placed where he could be monitored, where his presence served a purpose, holding the boundary, but where he could not easily threaten the gods. Fenrir's fate was the cruelest. The wolf was brought to Asgard as a pup, and for a time only Tyr was brave enough to feed him. Fenrir grew rapidly, and as he grew, the gods' fear grew with him. They decided he needed to be bound. They presented it to Fenrir as a game, a test of his strength. Let us bind you with this chain, and if you are as strong as you claim, you will break free easily. Fenrir agreed to the first chain, and he snapped it without effort. The gods brought a stronger chain, and Fenrir broke that one too. Then the gods commissioned the dwarves to create something unbreakable. Gleipnir, a magical ribbon made from 6 impossible ingredients: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. These were things that did not exist, and therefore the ribbon made from them could not be broken by anything that did exist. When the gods brought Gleipnir to Fenrir, the wolf was suspicious. The ribbon looked delicate, thin, almost like silk. Why would the gods be so excited about binding him with something that looked so weak, unless there was a trick involved? Fenrir agreed to be bound with Gleipnir only if one of the gods would place their hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith, a guarantee that if he could not break free, they would release him. The gods looked at each other. No one wanted to make this pledge, because they all knew they had no intention of releasing Fenrir if the binding held. But without the pledge, Fenrir would not agree, and the opportunity would be lost. Finally, Tyr stepped forward. Tyr, the god of law and justice, the one who had fed Fenrir when he was young, the one Fenrir trusted most. Tyr placed his hand between Fenrir's jaws. The gods bound Fenrir with Gleipnir. The wolf struggled, and the more he struggled, the tighter the ribbon became. When Fenrir realized he could not break free, that he had been tricked, he bit down. Tyr lost his hand at the wrist. The gods took the bound wolf to a remote island and secured him there, anchoring the ribbon to a massive boulder driven deep into the earth. To keep Fenrir's jaws open, to prevent him from biting at the ribbon or speaking curses, they propped a sword vertically in his mouth, the hilt on his lower jaw, and the point in his upper palate. Saliva dripped from his mouth to form a river called Van, which means hope, a bitter irony. And there Fenrir remained, year after year, decade after decade, century after century, bound, unable to move, unable to close his mouth, in constant pain, with the taste of Tyr's betrayal sharp in his memory. The gods had neutralized the threat. But at what cost? They had taken a being who had done nothing wrong except be born, who had committed no crime except being prophesied to commit one in the future, and they had tortured him indefinitely, based on what he might do someday. Loki watched all of this happen to his children. He watched Hel exiled, Jörmungandr cast out, Fenrir bound and mutilated. He said nothing, because what could he say? He was already on the margins. If he protested too strongly, the gods might decide he was the problem and deal with him the same way. So he swallowed his rage. He swallowed his grief. He continued to play his role as the clever trickster, the problem solver, the one who was useful. But inside, something was breaking. The gods told themselves that what they had done was necessary. Prophecy had named these beings as threats, and by removing them from play, the gods had protected the cosmos. They did not ask themselves whether prophecy described events that would inevitably happen, or whether it described events that would happen because of the choices they made. They did not consider that by treating Loki's children as enemies, before they had done anything to deserve it, they might be creating the very enmity that would lead to Ragnarök. This is one of the deep patterns in the Norse understanding of fate. The future and the past are woven together in ways that make it impossible to untangle cause and effect. Does Fenrir hate the gods because he is fated to kill Odin? Or is he fated to kill Odin because the gods made him hate them by binding him? The question has no answer, or perhaps it has both answers simultaneously. The gods acted according to their nature, fear-driven, control-seeking, attempting to impose order on chaos. And in doing so, they created the exact conditions that would lead to the destruction they feared. For many ages after the binding of Loki's children, life continued. The gods feasted in Asgard. The humans in Midgard planted and harvested, married and raised children, told stories and made sacrifices to the gods who protected them. The sun rose and set. The seasons turned. The world felt stable, even though, beneath the surface, tensions were building. Loki remained in Asgard, still bound to Odin by their ancient blood oath, still useful enough to be tolerated. But the wound of what had been done to his children did not heal. It festered. Loki's tricks became sharper, more cutting. His mockery of the other gods became more pointed. He was looking for ways to hurt them, small ways at first, ways he could deny or explain away if challenged. He was testing boundaries, seeing how far he could push before they pushed back. The other gods noticed, but did not act. Loki had always been difficult. This seemed like more of the same. They did not realize that the nature of the difficulty had changed, that what had once been chaotic playfulness was slowly transforming into deliberate malice. Or perhaps they did realize on some level, but chose not to acknowledge it, because acknowledging it would require confronting what they had done to deserve. Then Balder began to have dreams. Balder, the best loved of all the gods. Odin and Frigg's son, beautiful and kind and good in ways that seemed almost too pure for the harsh Norse cosmos. Balder dreamed of his own death, and the dreams were vivid and persistent. He could not shake them. He told his mother, and Frigg was terrified. She could not bear the thought of losing Balder. She could not accept that someone so good, so beloved, might be taken. Frigg decided to act. She would protect her son through the most comprehensive insurance policy imaginable. She would extract a promise from everything in existence that it would not harm Balder. She traveled to every corner of every world. She spoke to fire and water, earth and air, iron and wood, stone and grass, animals and humans, diseases and poisons. Everything gave its oath. Nothing would harm Balder. When Frigg returned, the gods tested the protection. They made a game of it. They would throw things at Balder, rocks, weapons, tools, and watch them bounce off harmlessly or swerve aside. Nothing could hurt him. Balder stood in the center of the hall, smiling, while his fellow gods threw everything they could think of at him, and he was untouched. It became a favorite entertainment, a celebration of Frigg's devotion and Balder's invulnerability. Loki watched this game with different eyes. He saw an opportunity. He approached Frigg disguised as an old woman and struck up a conversation about Balder's amazing protection. Frigg, proud of her work, explained what she had done. She had extracted oaths from everything. The old woman asked, "Everything? Absolutely everything?" Frigg admitted, almost casually, that there was one small thing she had overlooked. Mistletoe, growing on the west side of Valhalla, had seemed too young and harmless to bother with. Loki left and found the mistletoe. He cut a piece and shaped it into a dart. Then he returned to the hall where the gods were playing their game with Balder. He approached Hoder, Baldr's blind brother, who was standing to the side, unable to participate because he could not see to aim. Loki offered to help. He placed the mistletoe dart in Hoder's hand and guided his arm, suggesting he throw it toward the sound of Baldr's voice so he could join in the fun. Hoder threw the dart. It flew straight and true. It pierced Baldr's heart. Baldr fell dead. The silence that followed must have been absolute. The laughter stopped. The game stopped. Everything stopped. The impossible had happened. Baldr, who could not be harmed, had been killed. The best of them was gone. And in that moment, every god present understood that something fundamental had broken. This was not just the death of one being, however beloved. This was the first unmistakable sign that Ragnarök was no longer distant prophecy. It had begun. The grief was overwhelming. Frigg wept. Odin wept, though he rarely showed emotion. All the gods and goddesses mourned. The worlds themselves seemed to darken. Even the giants in Jotunheim, many of whom had no love for the Aesir, felt the wrongness of it. Baldr had been a light in the cosmos, a reminder that beauty and goodness could exist even in a harsh universe. And now, that light was extinguished. The gods built a funeral ship for Baldr, the finest ship that had ever been made. They filled it with treasures and weapons, with everything he might need in the afterlife. Baldr's wife, Nanna, died of grief and was placed on the ship beside him. They pushed the ship out to sea and set it aflame. And as it burned and drifted away, the gods stood on the shore and watched until it disappeared into the distance and the night. But grief was not the only response. There was also rage. The gods wanted justice. They wanted to know who was responsible. It did not take long to discover Loki's role. When confronted, Loki did not deny it. Perhaps he was past the point of caring. Perhaps he wanted them to know. Perhaps he was tired of swallowing his rage and was ready to spit it back at them. The gods' response was swift and brutal. They hunted Loki down when he tried to flee. They caught him and decided on a punishment that matched their fury and grief. They took Loki's sons, not the children he had with Angerboda, who had already been dealt with, but the sons he had with Sigyn, who had always been counted among the Aesir, without question. The gods transformed one son, Vali, into a wolf, and in his wolf madness, he tore apart his brother Narfi. Then the gods took Narfi's entrails and used them to bind Loki to 3 stone slabs in a cave deep underground. But the binding was not enough. They wanted Loki to suffer as he had made them suffer. They placed a venomous serpent above him so that its poison would drip onto his face. Sigyn, Loki's faithful wife, remained with him. She sat beside him holding a bowl to catch the venom, protecting him as much as she could. But when the bowl filled, she had to turn away to empty it. And in those moments, the venom fell on Loki's face, and he writhed in agony. His thrashing, the myths said, caused earthquakes. This punishment was meant to be eternal. Loki would remain bound and suffering until Ragnarök. The gods believed they had achieved justice. They had punished the one responsible for Baldr's death. But they had also done something else, something they did not fully acknowledge. They had transformed Loki completely and irrevocably into an enemy. Whatever complicated loyalty he had felt to Asgard, whatever hope he might have harbored for acceptance, whatever restraint he had exercised despite his resentment, all of that was burned away by the torture of his binding. When Loki eventually broke free at Ragnarök, he would not be an ambiguous figure anymore. He would not be a trickster who sometimes helped and sometimes hindered. He would be pure vengeance, pure rage, pure hatred. He would gather every enemy the gods had ever made, and they had made many, and he would lead them against Asgard with the singular purpose of destruction. The gods, by punishing Loki so cruelly for Balder's death, ensured that Ragnarök would be as catastrophic as prophecy had foretold. And so the pieces were in place. Balder was dead, the first fallen, the sign that the end had begun. Loki was bound, but his binding was a temporary containment that only deepened his hatred. Fenrir remained chained, waiting in suffering and rage. Jörmungandr encircled the world in the cold ocean, waiting. Hel ruled her realm of the dead, waiting. The giants in Jotunheim remembered old grievances and waited. Surtur in Muspelheim, the fire giant who had existed since the beginning, waited with his flaming sword for the moment when he would finally fulfill his purpose and burn everything to ash. The gods had done everything they could to prevent or delay Ragnarök, but every action they took seemed only to make it more certain, more terrible. They had bound threats instead of resolving them. They had punished based on prophecy rather than on actual wrongdoing. They had let fear guide them instead of wisdom. And now the consequences of those choices were gathering, slowly but inexorably, like storm clouds on a distant horizon, darkening, growing, moving closer. In Midgard, the humans began to notice changes. The weather became harsher, more unpredictable. Winters lasted longer. Summers were shorter and less productive. Crops failed more often. Herds sickened. Fish disappeared from the waters. These were not catastrophic changes all at once, but gradual degradation, the slow erosion of the abundance that had sustained human life. People responded to the scarcity by turning inward. Families hoarded what they had. Villages stopped helping neighboring villages. Old feuds that had been forgotten were remembered and used as excuses for violence. The bonds of kinship, which had always been sacred in Norse culture, began to weaken. Brother turned against brother over inheritance disputes. Parents and children became estranged. The social fabric that had held communities together started to fray. This social collapse was Fimbulwinter in its truest form. Yes, there was a physical winter coming. 3 years of winter with no summer in between. A cold so deep and prolonged that it would kill the weak and desperate and transform the strong into something harder and meaner. But the real winter was moral. It was the freezing of human compassion, the death of generosity, the triumph of survival instinct over social obligation. The gods watched this from Asgard and recognized it for what it was, another sign that Ragnarök was approaching. When humans stopped honoring the old values, when they abandoned the principles that gave their lives meaning beyond mere survival, the world itself became colder. The Norse understood that the physical and moral dimensions of existence were connected. A society that lost its warmth would find that the sun gave less warmth as well. A people who turned cruel would discover that the land turned cruel in response. Odin intensified his preparations. He sent his Valkyries to every battlefield to collect the greatest warriors who fell in combat. These warriors were brought to Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, where they would feast every night and fight practice battles every day. They died in these practice battles and were resurrected to fight again, endlessly honing their skills. Odin was assembling an army, the Einherjar, the glorious dead who would fight beside the gods at Ragnarök. But even as Odin gathered forces, he knew it would not be enough. Prophecy had been clear. The gods would lose. Odin would be devoured by Fenrir. Thor would kill Jörmungandr, but die from the serpent's venom. Tyr would fall. Freyr would fall. Heimdall and Loki would kill each other. The army of Einherjar would be slaughtered. Asgard would burn. The world tree would burn. Everything would burn. Knowing this, Odin did not stop preparing. This is important to understand about the Norse mindset. They did not believe that effort was pointless just because the outcome was already determined. They believed that how you faced fate was what mattered. Courage meant doing what was right, even when it would not change the ending. Honor meant keeping your oaths, even when no one would be left alive to remember whether you kept them or not. The gods prepared for Ragnarök not because they thought they could win, but because preparing was the right thing to do. And doing the right thing gave meaning to existence, regardless of outcome. Thor continued his work, protecting the boundaries. He rode out regularly to Jotunheim to confront giants who were becoming bolder, testing the limits, sensing perhaps that the order maintained by the gods was weakening. Thor fought them and drove them back, again and again, never tiring, never questioning whether the work mattered. Of all the gods, Thor seemed least troubled by the knowledge of Ragnarök. He had work to do today, and he did it. Tomorrow would bring its own work. When the final day came, he would face it the same way he faced every other day, with Mjolnir in his hand and courage in his heart. Heimdall stood watch at the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that connected Asgard to the other worlds. Heimdall's senses were so acute that he could hear grass growing and see for hundreds of miles. He could detect any threat approaching from any direction. He stood at his post day and night. He needed less sleep than any other god, watching, waiting, ready to blow his horn, Gjallarhorn, when the enemies finally came. Heimdall knew his fate, as well as Odin knew his. At Ragnarök, Heimdall would face Loki, and they would kill each other. This knowledge did not make Heimdall abandon his post. It made him more vigilant. Every day that he kept watch was another day that Asgard stood. That was enough. Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, who was also a warrior and had first claim to half the slain in battle, continued to tend to her fields in Folkvanger, her hall where her chosen dead resided. Like Odin with his Einherjar in Valhalla, Freya gathered forces. But her focus was different. Where Odin sought the fiercest warriors, Freya sought those who had fought with love as well as courage, those who had protected others, those who understood that strength without compassion was ultimately hollow. Tyr, who had lost his hand to Fenrir's jaws, bore his maiming as a badge of honor. He had been the only one willing to make the pledge that allowed Fenrir to be bound. He had sacrificed his hand for the safety of Asgard. That the binding was itself a betrayal, that it had created as many problems as it solved, did not diminish Tyr's courage in the moment. He had done what he thought was right, and he had paid the price personally. At Ragnarök, Tyr would face Garm, the great hound that guarded Hell's gates, and they would kill each other. Tyr accepted this calmly. He had already given one hand for duty. At the end, he would give the rest. Freya, the god of fertility and fair weather, had made a choice in his youth that would determine his fate at Ragnarök. He had fallen in love with a giantess named Gerda, and to win her, he had given away his sword, the finest sword that ever existed, a weapon that could fight on its own. Without this sword, Freyr would face Ragnarök underarmed. He would fight Surtur, the fire giant, and without his sword, he would lose. Freyr knew this. The prophecy had told him. But he did not regret his choice. He had chosen love over power, and he would face the consequences of that choice when the time came. Each god had their own way of carrying the knowledge of the ending. Some prepared actively, like Odin. Some continued their usual work, like Thor. Some accepted with quiet dignity, like Tyr. Some paid the price of earlier choices, like Freyr. But all of them lived with the knowledge, and all of them kept going. This was the Norse ideal. To live fully even in the face of certain doom. To maintain your principles when there was no guarantee of reward. To be courageous, not because victory was assured, but because courage was its own justification. The signs continued to accumulate. The sun and moon, which had travelled across the sky in their eternal flight from the wolves, Skjöll and Hati since the beginning of time, began to dim. The wolves were getting closer. At Ragnarök they would finally catch their prey and devour them, plunging the world into darkness. But even before that final moment, the light itself seemed to be weakening, as if the sun and moon were growing tired of their endless flight, as if they knew their time was running out. The stars, too, began to fall from the sky. Not all at once, but occasionally, unexpectedly, bright streaks of light would arc down and disappear. Each falling star was noticed. Each was taken as a sign. The heavens themselves were coming undone. The structure that had held since the beginning was loosening. Earthquakes became more frequent. These were Loki's doing, the result of his thrashing when venom fell on his face. But they were also symbolic of deeper instabilities. The earth itself was no longer solid. What had seemed firm and reliable was revealed to be temporary, held together by forces that could fail. The world tree, Yggdrasil, showed signs of distress. Its leaves, which had always been green, began to wither. Its roots, gnawed constantly by the dragon Nidhogg, were damaged more severely than before. The tree still stood. It would stand until Surtur's fire consumed it. But it was clearly weakening. And since Yggdrasil was not merely a tree, but the structural axis of the 9 worlds, its weakening meant that everything was weakening. In response to these signs, some humans turned more devoutly to the gods, making greater sacrifices, praying more fervently, hoping that if they could please the gods enough, perhaps the ending could be delayed or averted. Other humans abandoned the gods entirely, concluding that if the gods could not prevent their own destruction, they were not worth worshipping. Both responses were understandable, and both were ultimately futile. The gods did not have the power to prevent Ragnarök. They could only face it. There were wise humans who understood this. The skalds, the poets who kept the stories and songs, did not waste time praying for salvation. Instead, they worked to preserve the memory of what was and what would be. They composed poems about the gods, about heroes, about the structure of the cosmos, about the prophecy of Ragnarök. They taught these poems to the young so that the knowledge would survive, even if everything else was destroyed. In a sense, the skalds were doing what Odin was doing, preparing not to prevent the ending, but to face it with clarity, and to ensure that something meaningful would persist. The Volva, who had first spoken the prophecy of Ragnarök, continued to see visions. she saw more details of what would come. She saw Loki breaking free from his bonds, shaking off the serpent, standing up after centuries of torture, and the rage on his face was terrible to behold. She saw him travelling to the shore and finding Naglfar, the ship made from the fingernails of the dead. A ship that grew larger every time someone died without having their nails properly trimmed before burial. A ship that had been building itself for ages, waiting for this moment. She saw Loki board Naglfar and take command. She saw the dead rising from Helheim, the ignoble dead who had not died in battle, and therefore had no place in Valhalla or Folkvanger. These dead, who had been dismissed and forgotten, would march under Loki's command. She saw the giants of Jotunheim rallying, setting aside their own feuds and differences, united by their common enmity toward the gods. She saw them marching toward Asgard, an army of enormous size, earth-shaking, unstoppable. She saw Fenrir break free from Gleipnir at last. The ribbon that could not be broken was finally broken. The wolf shook himself, and the chains fell away like cobwebs. He opened his jaws, and they opened so wide that his lower jaw scraped the earth, and his upper jaw touched the sky. His eyes blazed with hatred and hunger. He began to move toward Asgard, and where he walked, the ground cracked and split. She saw Jörmungandr, the world serpent, release his tail from his mouth. The serpent that had encircled Midgard, that had held the boundary between order and chaos, let go. He rose from the ocean, and his rising caused tidal waves that swept across the land, drowning coastlines, flooding valleys, destroying villages. Venom dripped from his fangs and mixed with the seawater, creating a poisonous mist that spread across the world. Jörmungandr began to move toward land, his massive body crushing everything in its path. She saw Surtur emerge from Muspelheim, the realm of fire that had existed at the edge of creation since the beginning. Surtur had waited through all the ages for this moment. He was not a being with thoughts or desires in any complex sense. He was fire given form, destruction given purpose. He carried a sword made of pure flame, a blade that burned so hot it could melt stone, that radiated heat that could be felt from miles away. Surtur began to march, and behind him Muspelheim erupted. Rivers of lava flowed. The sky turned red. Fire spread across the landscape, consuming everything it touched. She saw Heimdall standing at his post on the Bifrost, and she saw him see the approaching armies. She saw him raise Gjallarhorn to his lips and blow. The sound that came from the horn was like nothing that had ever been heard before. It echoed across all 9 worlds simultaneously. It could not be ignored, could not be mistaken for anything other than what it was. The final alarm, the call to the last battle, the announcement that Ragnarök had arrived. In Valhalla, the Einherjar heard the horn and stopped their feasting and fighting. They armed themselves. They formed ranks. They had trained for this moment for centuries, for millennia in some cases. They were the greatest warriors who had ever lived, and they were ready. Odin stood at their head, wearing his armor, holding Gungnir, his spear that never missed its mark. He looked old, older than he had ever looked, because the knowledge of what was coming weighed on him in a way that even his wisdom could not lighten. But he stood straight, and his voice was firm when he addressed his warriors. He did not promise them victory. He promised them honor. He told them they would die well, fighting for something that mattered. And that was all any warrior could ask for. Thor heard the horn and gripped Mjolnir. He did not need a speech. He did not need reassurance. He knew what was coming. Jörmungandr, his ancient enemy, the serpent he had tried to fish up from the ocean once before, the serpent who had poisoned his mind since the day he first learned of its existence. Finally, they would face each other in a fight that would end only when one of them was dead. Thor welcomed this. He had been ready for decades. Tyr heard the horn and picked up his sword with his one hand. He had practiced fighting one-handed since losing his right hand to Fenrir. He had become as skilled with his left as most warriors were with their right. He was not afraid of Garm, the hound he would face. He had already sacrificed for duty. He would sacrifice again. Freyr heard the horn and picked up the stag's antler he would use as a weapon, since his sword was long gone, given away for love. He did not regret the choice, even now. He had lived a full life, had known genuine love, had helped the fields bloom and the crops grow. He had given humans the gift of abundance. If he died fighting Surtur with an antler instead of a sword, at least he would die as himself, true to the choices he had made. Freya heard the horn and gathered her chosen warriors from Folkvanger. She armed herself not just with weapons, but with magic, with the deep knowledge of Seder that allowed her to see threads of fate and influence them where possible. She knew she could not change the outcome of Ragnarök, but she could fight with everything she had, and she could ensure that those she protected had the chance to fight well and die well. The gods assembled on the plain of Vigrid, which stretched out wide and flat, a perfect battlefield. It was said that Vigrid was 100 miles across in every direction, large enough to hold all the armies of gods and giants, of Einherjar and the dead, of wolves and serpents and fire giants, large enough for the final battle to unfold in all its terrible scope. Across the plain, the enemies arrived. Loki led Naglfar to shore, and the dead poured out of the ship. Thousands upon thousands of them, pale and cold, wielding weapons of bone and ice. The giants of Jotunheim came from another direction, their footsteps shaking the ground. Fenrir came, jaws wide, hunger and rage in his eyes. Jörmungandr came, dragging his massive coils across the land, leaving a trail of poison in his wake. Surtur came, blazing, the heat of him visible as a shimmer in the air, even from miles away. The two forces faced each other across Vigrid. Gods and Einherjar on one side, enemies of every kind on the other. For a moment, there was silence. This was the moment prophecy had described. This was what had been foreseen since the beginning of time. Everyone present knew how it would end. But knowing did not stop them from standing there, from gripping their weapons, from preparing to fight. Odin looked across the plain and saw Fenrir, the wolf he had ordered bound so long ago. Their eyes met. Fenrir's hatred was palpable, a force as real as the ground beneath their feet. Odin had known this confrontation would come, but knowing did not make it easier. He had sacrificed so much. His eye, his comfort, his peace of mind, in pursuit of wisdom that might help him survive this moment. But some fates could not be changed through wisdom. Some endings had to be met head on. Thor looked across the plain and saw Jörmungandr, the serpent that encircled the world. They had met before, during Thor's journey to the giant Utgard Loki's hall, where the serpent had been disguised as a cat and Thor had tried to lift it, not knowing what it truly was. They had met when Thor went fishing and used an ox head as bait, hooking the serpent and nearly pulling it up from the ocean floor before the giant he was with cut the line in fear. Now they would meet for the last time, and this time there would be no tricks, no disguises, no interruptions, just a god and a serpent fighting until one of them died. Heimdall looked across the plain and saw Loki. Once, long ago, they had been allies of a sort, both serving Asgard in their own ways. Heimdall the watchman, Loki the problem solver. But that was before. Baldur's death, before Loki's binding, before the final transformation of Loki from ambiguous trickster to absolute enemy. Now they would face each other, and prophecy said they would kill each other. Mutual destruction, the end of both their stories. Freya looked across the plain and saw Surtur, the fire giant with the burning sword. Freya knew he was underarmed for this fight. Without his sword, he had no weapon that could match Surtur's reach or power. But he would fight anyway, because that was what you did. You fought even when you were overmatched. You stood even when standing meant dying. This was the Norse way. And then the battle began. There was no signal, no formal start. The two sides simply moved toward each other, slowly at first, then faster. And then they crashed together, like two waves meeting in the middle of the ocean. And the sound of it was like thunder that never stopped. The Einherjar fought the dead from Hell's realm. Swords clashed against bone weapons. Living warriors fought those who had already died once and were fighting again. The Einherjar were skilled, better trained than almost any fighters who had ever existed. But they were outnumbered. For every enemy they struck down, two more took its place. They fought bravely, magnificently, holding their ground, singing battle songs even as they fell. The gods fought the giants. Tyr faced Garm, the massive hound who guarded the gates of Helheim. They circled each other, and then Garm lunged. Tyr met him with his sword, driving the blade deep into the hound's body, even as Garm's teeth closed on his throat. They fell together, and neither rose again. Freyr faced Surtur, the god of fertility and growth against the embodiment of destruction and fire. Freyr fought with courage and skill, using his stag's antler like a spear, staying mobile, trying to find an opening. But Surtur was relentless. His flaming sword moved in great sweeping arcs, and Freya could not get close enough to strike effectively without being burned. The heat alone was overwhelming. Freya fought as long as he could, but without his sword he was doomed from the start. Surtur's blade found him, and Freya fell, his body consumed by flame. Thor faced Jörmungandr. The god and the serpent met in the middle of the battlefield, and their confrontation made the ground shake. Thor swung Mjolnir, and the hammer struck Jörmungandr's skull with a sound like a mountain splitting. The serpent recoiled, stunned, and Thor struck again and again, driving the serpent back. Jörmungandr fought with teeth and coils, trying to wrap around Thor, trying to crush him, trying to sink fangs into him. Thor was strong enough to resist the constriction, strong enough to keep fighting, strong enough to land blow after blow with Mjolnir. Finally, with a strike that seemed to channel all of Thor's divine strength, the hammer crushed Jörmungandr's skull completely. The serpent convulsed and then went still. Thor had won. But victory had come at a cost. During the fight, Jörmungandr's venom had washed over Thor, soaking into his skin, his lungs, his blood. The god of thunder stood over the serpent's corpse and felt the poison burning through him. He managed to take 9 steps away from the serpent before he fell. The venom had done its work, Thor, strongest of the gods, was dead. Odin faced Fenrir. The wolf charged, jaws wide, and Odin met him with Gungnir. The spear struck Fenrir's chest, but it did not stop him. The wolf barely seemed to feel it. Fenrir's hatred was stronger than pain, stronger than the wound, stronger than any weapon. The wolf closed the distance, and his jaws closed on Odin, the All-Father, the one who had sought wisdom above all else, who had sacrificed and prepared and gathered knowledge for this very moment, was swallowed whole. The king of the gods was gone. But Odin's death was not the end of Fenrir. Vidar, Odin's son, saw his father devoured and moved with terrible purpose. Vidar was the silent god, the one who rarely spoke, but his strength was second only to Thor's. He had spent ages preparing for this moment in a specific way. He had been collecting leather. Every time a shoe was made anywhere in the 9 worlds, the pieces of leather cut away and discarded came to Vidar. He had fashioned these scraps into a single boot, the strongest boot that had ever existed. Now he used it. Vidar stepped forward and placed his booted foot on Fenrir's lower jaw. The wolf tried to bite down, tried to use his terrible strength, but Vidar's boot was too strong, made from the accumulated remnants of every shoemaker's work throughout history. With his foot holding the lower jaw down, Vidar reached up and grabbed Fenrir's upper jaw with his hands. And then, with strength born from grief and rage and purpose, Vidar pulled. He tore Fenrir's jaws apart. The wolf who had devoured Odin died with his mouth ripped open from the inside. Vidar had avenged his father. Heimdall faced Loki. They were almost equals in power, but their natures were opposite. Heimdall was vigilance, order, protection. Loki was chaos, disruption, betrayal. They fought with a kind of intimate hatred, the hatred of those who had once been part of the same community, but now represented irreconcilable opposites. They struck and blocked, wounded and were wounded, and neither could gain an advantage. Finally, they struck each other simultaneously. Heimdall's sword pierced Loki's heart at the same moment that Loki's blade found Heimdall's throat. They stood there for a moment, each dying, each looking into the other's eyes. Then they fell together, and both were gone. The battle raged on, but the gods were falling. One by one, the great warriors died. The Enerjar were being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The giants were crushing what resistance remained. And through it all, Surtur moved forward, burning everything in his path. Where he walked, the ground melted. Where his sword swung, flesh and metal vaporized. He was the inevitable conclusion of the battle, the force that would end what fighting had begun. Surtur raised his sword and brought it down on Yggdrasil. The world tree, which had stood since the beginning of time, which connected all 9 worlds, which was the axis of existence itself, began to burn. The flames spread from the base of the tree to its branches, consuming everything. The tree screamed, a sound like no sound that had ever been heard, a death cry that echoed across all dimensions of reality. As Yggdrasil burned, the worlds it connected began to collapse. Asgard, already ruined by battle, caught fire and burned completely. The halls of the gods, Valhalla and Folkvanger and all the rest, were consumed. Midgard burned, the forests, the fields, the villages, the cities. Everything humans had built over countless generations turned to ash. Jotunheim burned, Alfheim burned, every world burned. The sky itself caught fire. The stars that remained fell like rain. The sun and moon, finally caught by the wolves Skull and Hati were devoured, and darkness spread. But the darkness did not last long, because everything was burning. The fire provided its own terrible light. Surtur's work was complete. The old world was destroyed. Everything that had existed was reduced to fire and smoke and ash. The ground cracked and split, and the land began to sink beneath the waves. The ocean rushed in, swallowing the burning land, and the steam that rose created clouds that covered everything. The 9 worlds, which had existed in careful balance for so long, were gone. The gods were gone. The giants were gone. The great tree was gone. Everything was gone. And in the silence after the destruction, in the darkness beneath the waves, the world rested. There was no thought, no life, no movement. There was only water and darkness and silence. This lasted for a time that cannot be measured, because time itself had been burned away with everything else. But then, slowly, something changed. The water began to recede. The darkness began to lift. And the earth, new and soft and green, rose from the ocean. It was not the same earth. It was not the old world restored. It was something different, something simpler, something clean. The fields were green without needing to be planted. The rivers ran clear and cold. The air was fresh, unpolluted by smoke or ash or the memory of burning. The land was empty, but it was not dead. It was waiting. The surviving gods found each other. Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin who had lived through the battle. Modi and Magni, sons of Thor, who found their father's hammer Mjolnir among the ruins and carried it with them as a memory and a tool. Hodor and Balder returned from Helheim, their old conflict forgotten, both simply grateful to exist again in a world that had been purged of old hatred. They met in the place where Asgard had once stood. There was nothing there now. No halls, no walls, no structures of any kind. Just grass, soft and green, growing over the ash of what had been. The surviving gods sat down in this grass. They were tired. They were grieving. They had lost fathers, brothers, friends, the entire world they had known. But they were alive, and they were together. They talked quietly. They remembered what had been. They spoke of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, Freyr's generosity, Tyr's courage. They spoke of the Einherjar who had fought so bravely. They spoke of the old world, with its complexities and beauties and flaws. They did not try to hide from the memory. They let themselves feel the grief of what was lost. But they also talked about what might come. They sat there in the grass, in a world that was new and empty and full of possibility. And they wondered what might be built. They had no need to rebuild Asgard exactly as it had been. They had no desire to recreate the old structures with all their accumulated tensions and unresolved conflicts. They could begin again, simpler. Wiser, unburdened by the mistakes of the past. Deep in the roots of what had been Yggdrasil, 2 humans emerged. Leif and Leif Thrasir, life and eager for life, had sheltered there during the destruction. They had hidden in a place so deep and protected that even Surtur's fire had not reached them. They had survived on morning dew and had slept through the worst of it. And when they finally emerged, they found themselves in a new world. They walked out into the green fields, and they saw that they were alone. There were no other humans, no villages, no signs of civilization. But the land was good. The air was clear. Water was plentiful. They could survive here. More than survive. They could live, they could build, they could begin the human world again. Lif and Liftrasia did not mourn the old world because they had barely known it. They had spent most of their existence in shelter, waiting. Now they were free to emerge, free to walk in sunlight, free to explore this new earth. They held hands and walked through the fields, and they talked about where they might build a home, where they might plant crops, how they might live. They did not know that gods existed. They did not know about Ragnarök. They did not carry the weight of prophecy or the burden of knowing how things would end. They were simply two people in a new world, and they had their whole lives ahead of them. They would have children, and those children would have children. And slowly, over generations, humanity would grow again. The new humans would tell new stories, make new mistakes, build new structures, and eventually create a new world with its own complexities and beauties and flaws. This was the Norse vision of renewal, not a return to paradise, not the creation of a perfect world, but simply the opportunity to begin again without the accumulated weight of the past. The new world would not be free of suffering or conflict or death. Life would still be hard. People would still struggle. But they would have the chance to struggle on their own terms, to make their own choices, to build something that reflected their own values, rather than inheriting structures built by previous generations. The gods, sitting in the grass where Asgard had stood, understood this. They were not trying to rule the new world. They were not planning to impose order from above. They were simply resting, talking, remembering, and slowly adjusting to the strange piece of existence, without constant threat, without constant duty, without the weight of prophecy hanging over everything. In the absence of Ragnarök, now that it had happened and was over, life felt different. There was grief, yes, but there was also relief. The long tension was finally released. The waiting was over. The worst had happened, and they had survived it. And now, there was just the quiet present moment, the feel of grass beneath them, the sound of wind moving across the empty land, the possibility of rest. This is what Ragnarök ultimately meant in the Norse understanding. Not the end of everything, but the completion of a cycle. Everything that begins must end so that something else can begin. The old world, with all its conflicts and compromises, with its bound wolves and cast-out children, with its broken oaths and accumulated resentments, had reached the limit of its sustainability. It had run its course. Trying to maintain it any longer would have been pointless, exhausting, a refusal to acknowledge truth. Ragnarök was the acknowledgement of that truth. It was the acceptance that this version of the world had finished its time. And in that acceptance there was a kind of peace. Not the peace of things lasting forever. That peace is an illusion. But the peace of things ending when they need to end. Of letting go when holding on serves no purpose. Of clearing space for what comes next. The Norse did not fear this kind of ending. They prepared for it, yes. They met it with courage, yes. But they did not try to prevent it through denial or delusion. They faced it clearly, as one of the fundamental truths of existence. Everything changes, everything dies, and clinging to what is finished only creates suffering. Better to live fully in the time you have, to be honest about what is happening, and to let go gracefully when the moment comes. For those who lived during the long ages before Ragnarök, this knowledge shaped everything. It gave urgency to life without making life desperate. It clarified priorities. It made clear what actually mattered. Not accumulating power that could not be kept. not building structures that would eventually fall, but living with integrity, keeping oaths, treating others justly, facing challenges with courage, loving fully, fighting well when fighting was necessary, and resting peacefully when rest was possible. The gods modeled this way of living, imperfectly but sincerely. They made mistakes, terrible mistakes, mistakes that contributed to their own destruction, but they did not run from the consequences of those mistakes. They stood and faced what they had created, and they died defending values they believed in, even though defending them would not save them. This was the essence of Norse courage. Not the belief that you will win, but the commitment to fight for what is right, regardless of outcome. For the humans who lived in Midgard during those ages, the god's example was both inspiring and sobering. It said, even the gods are not eternal. Even the strongest beings fall. Power is temporary. Status is temporary. Life itself is temporary. So what matters is not how long you live or how powerful you become, but whether you live and die with honor, whether you keep your word, whether you protect the weak, whether you face your fate with clear eyes and courage. This philosophy did not make life easy. The Norse world was harsh. Long winters, Viking raids, diseases, famines, violence. People died young. Families were destroyed. Communities struggled. But the philosophy gave people a way to make meaning from the struggle. It said, this is hard, and it will not last forever, and someday you will die. But how you live until then matters. Your courage matters. Your integrity matters. Your loyalty to your kin matters. These things matter not because they will be rewarded with eternal life, but because they are what make life meaningful in the moment. The skalds, the poets who preserved and transmitted the myths, understood that their work was itself a response to the knowledge of Ragnarök. Everything would be destroyed, but stories could survive if they were remembered, if they were told and retold, if they were sung and preserved. The skalds were doing the work of memory, ensuring that even though the old world would burn, something of its wisdom and beauty would persist through the transition into whatever came next. This is why the myths were told with such care, why the details were preserved so meticulously. The Norse were not writing history in a modern sense. They were preserving meaning. They were creating a structure of understanding that could survive the destruction of physical structures. When Ragnarök came and the halls burned and the gods fell, the stories would remain. Or at least, the memory of the stories would remain in whoever survived to tell them. And this is exactly what happened. The old Norse world did end in a sense. The religion was replaced by Christianity. The old gods stopped being worshipped. The temples fell into disuse. But the stories survived. They were written down in Iceland, preserved in texts like the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, carried forward through centuries until they could be read and studied and pondered by people in a completely different world, a world the Norse could never have imagined. In this way, the Norse understanding of Ragnarök was vindicated. They knew their world would end, and it did. But they also knew that something would survive the ending and continue in a new form, and this also proved true. The gods of Asgard are not worshipped anymore, but the ideas they represented, courage, wisdom, justice, loyalty, the importance of facing truth even when truth is hard, these ideas persist. They continue to inspire, to challenge, to offer guidance. For someone lying in bed at night perhaps anxious about change or loss, or the ending of something important, the story of Ragnarök offers a particular kind of comfort. It says, yes, things end. Yes, change is real and sometimes catastrophic. Yes, you will lose things you value. Yes, everything you build will eventually fall apart. These are not comforting facts in themselves. But the story also says, knowing this does not make life meaningless. It makes life precious. It makes the present moment valuable. It makes courage meaningful. You do not have to save the world forever. You do not have to prevent every ending. You do not have to make things last eternally. You just have to live well in the time you have, to be honest, to be brave, to keep your promises, to care for those who depend on you, to face difficulties without collapsing into despair or denial. This is enough. This is more than enough. This is what gives life its meaning. When an ending comes, and endings will come, small ones and large ones, throughout your life, you can face it the way the Norse gods faced Ragnarök. Not with panic or denial, but with clear eyes and courage. You can acknowledge what is happening. You can grieve what is lost. And then you can do what needs to be done. Or rest, if rest is what is needed. Or simply sit quietly in the grass and let the world be what it is. After every ending, something begins again. Maybe not the same thing. Maybe not what you expected or hoped for. But something. Life continues in new forms with new possibilities, unburdened by the weight of what came before. The earth rises from the water, green and clean. Lif and Lifthrasir walk out into the morning. The surviving gods sit together in the grass and talk quietly about what was and what might be. There is peace in this, the peace of completion, the peace of having faced the worst and survived it, the peace of knowing that the pattern continues, even when individual pieces of it fall away. Sleep now in this peace. Sleep knowing that endings are natural and necessary. Sleep knowing that you do not have to carry the world forever. Sleep knowing that courage means facing what comes, rather than hiding from it. Sleep knowing that meaning is found in how you live, not in how long what you build lasts. Sleep knowing that the cycle turns, that destruction and creation are partners, that every twilight is followed by a dawn, even if the dawn illuminates a different world than the one that fell into darkness. The gods of Asgard fought their final battle and fell, and the world burned. And then the world was renewed. This is the pattern. This is the teaching. This is the comfort. Not that you will never face loss, but that loss is part of life, and life continues. And you can face loss with dignity and courage. And then you can rest. And then something new begins. Rest now. The ending is also the beginning. The burning is also the clearing. The falling is also the releasing. The long arrival of the ending is complete. And what comes next is quiet and green and new. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, before the world learned to speak of love in careful words, before philosophers tried to define it, or poets tried to capture it, there was Aphrodite. She arrived not as a child who grew into power, but as a force already complete, already knowing exactly what she was. The Greeks told her story in many ways, but all versions agreed on this. She came from the sea, born fully formed from the foam and salt, carrying with her something the world had never quite contained before. the power of attraction itself, the magnetic pull that draws one thing toward another, the current beneath all desire. This is not the story of a goddess who learned her domain slowly, who studied under teachers, or earned her authority through trials. This is the story of desire arriving in the world, with all its complexity already intact, as if longing existed before anyone knew what to call it. Aphrodite represented something the Greeks understood instinctively, that love is not invented by society, not created by rules or rituals, but discovered as something already present, something that society then tries to organize, channel, and control. She was the reminder that beneath all the structures humans build, marriage contracts, codes of honor, laws of hospitality, there runs this older current, this force that moves through people, whether they welcome it or not. Her presence among the gods changed the atmosphere of Olympus itself. The divine realm had known many kinds of power before her arrival. Zeus commanded through authority and thunder, enforcing order with the weight of kingship. Athena wielded wisdom and strategic thought, solving problems through clarity and planning. Ares embodied the raw energy of conflict, the bloodlust that surges in battle. Hera held the dignity of marriage and the fierce protection of vows. Apollo brought light, prophecy, and the structured beauty of music. Artemis claimed the wild places and the independence of the hunt. But Aphrodite brought something different, something that worked through subtler channels. Her power did not announce itself with weapons or manifestos. It moved like warmth, spreading through a room, like the slow shift of attention when beauty enters a space. It worked through persuasion rather than force, through magnetism rather than decree. The other gods felt it immediately. Suddenly there existed a power that could reshape their priorities without their full awareness, that could redirect a conversation through charm, that could make an alliance feel like fate rather than strategy. Aphrodite introduced the realm of desire to a world already full of desires. But hers was the desire that felt like something beyond choice, the pull that seemed to bypass thought entirely and speak directly to something deeper. She represented the moment when logic says one thing and the heart says another. And the heart wins not through argument, but through simple, overwhelming presence. This made her both beloved and unsettling. The gods appreciated beauty. They surrounded themselves with it, demanded it in their temples, rewarded it in mortals. But Aphrodite made beauty into something that demanded response. Not just admiration from a distance, but approach, engagement, the rearrangement of priorities to move toward what attracted. She turned beauty from decoration into a force that could change the direction of a life. And this meant that around her, everything became a little less predictable, a little less controlled. Plans could shift, allegiances could waver. What seemed important yesterday could pale when desire entered the room today. The Greeks, telling her story across generations, understood that they were telling the story of something larger than romance. Aphrodite became their way of explaining why attraction has the power it does, why beauty can make empires rise or fall, why longing can feel more important than survival, why people will trade security for the chance to be near what draws them. She was the mythic answer to the question every person encounters. Why does desire feel so much stronger than sense? The answer mythology offered was simple. Because desire is older than sense, deeper than logic. woven into the fabric of being itself. In describing her arrival, the Greeks were careful with their language. She did not crash onto the shore with violence. She emerged, they said, with the gentleness of foam gathering, of waves organizing themselves into form. The image was deliberate. Attraction itself works this way, gathering slowly, building from small moments into undeniable presence. One does not decide to be drawn toward beauty. One simply notices one day that attention has reorganized itself, that the mind returns again and again to the same person, the same face, the same possibility. Aphrodite's birth from sea foam captured this perfectly. Something that seems insubstantial, just water and air, can shape itself into something that walks onto land and changes everything. Her beauty was described as perfect, but the Greeks were wise enough not to pin it to specific features. They understood that beauty operates differently for different observers, that what draws one person may not move another, that attraction is personal even when it feels universal. So Aphrodite's beauty was described more as an effect than as details. She made people pause, made them forget what they were saying, made them suddenly aware of their own appearance, their own desirability, or lack of it. Her beauty was the kind that made others feel seen and evaluated in the same moment, that created instant awareness of how one measured up. This quality, the way beauty creates comparison, would become central to her story, because wherever Aphrodite appeared, the question arose, who else is beautiful? How does my beauty compare? Am I enough to hold attention when she is near? These questions plagued gods and mortals alike. Even immortals, supposedly beyond such insecurities, found themselves wondering. Even those who had never questioned their own attractiveness found themselves suddenly uncertain when Aphrodite entered their presence. This was part of her power. She made beauty matter in a way that created anxiety alongside appreciation. The Greeks saw this clearly in their own lives and projected it onto their myths. Beauty is never just aesthetic pleasure. It is also a measuring stick, a competition, a source of pride or shame. Aphrodite became the personification of this truth. To be in her presence was to be evaluated, to evaluate oneself, to become suddenly aware that attractiveness is a kind of currency, and some people possess more of it than others. This was not cruelty on her part. It was simply what happens when beauty becomes conscious of itself and makes others conscious in turn. Yet there was more to her than just physical attraction. The Greeks understood that Aphrodite's domain included all the ways people seek connection and pleasure. She represented not just the desire for a specific person, but the broader human impulse toward softness, comfort, luxury, and joy. She was the goddess of everything that makes life feel worth living beyond mere survival. The pleasure of touch, the satisfaction of being wanted, the warmth of intimacy, the delight in beautiful objects, the enjoyment of fine things. Under her influence fell perfumes and jewelry, music and laughter, the decorated home and the carefully prepared meal, anything that transformed necessity into art. This made her the patron of civilization's gentler aspects, whereas other gods represented the forces that built cities through strength or defended them through warfare. Aphrodite represented what made cities worth building, the spaces where people could gather in pleasure, could celebrate beauty, could soften the harshness of existence with comfort and connection. She was why people planted gardens instead of just crops, why they carved statues instead of just tools, why they composed love songs instead of just work chants. She was the impulse that said life should be not just endured, but enjoyed. Not just survived, but savored. The philosophers would later try to categorize this, distinguishing between different types of love: eros for passion, philia for friendship, agape for selfless devotion, storge for familial affection. But in mythology's older, simpler framework, Aphrodite encompassed the entire spectrum of human connection, driven by attraction and pleasure. She was present in the first spark of romantic interest and in the settled comfort of long companionship. She blessed new marriages and inspired clandestine affairs. She made parents cherish their children's beauty and made children seek their parents' approval. She was everywhere people wanted to be close to one another, wanted to please or be pleased, wanted to matter to someone else. This universality made her both accessible and dangerous. Everyone, god or mortal, experienced her influence. No one was too powerful to be moved by attraction, too wise to be swayed by beauty, too disciplined to feel longing. Even Zeus, king of gods, found himself repeatedly redirected by desire, his attention caught by one beautiful being after another, his plans rearranged to accommodate new fascinations. Even Athena, goddess of wisdom and self-control, felt the sting of comparison when questions of beauty arose. Even Artemis, who prided herself on independence from such concerns, knew the pull of wanting to be admired, to be seen as worthy. For mortals, Aphrodite's power was even more overwhelming. Humans lacked the gods' immortality, their extended time spans, their ability to outlast passion's urgency. For mortals, desire arrived with the pressure of limited time, the sense that this attraction might be the only chance, that beauty fades, that opportunities pass. Aphrodite's influence on mortal lives could be devastating, precisely because mortals could not afford to wait out desire, could not rely on centuries to heal heartbreak or bring new chances. When a mortal felt the pull of attraction, it came with the weight of mortality itself, the awareness that life is short and beauty is briefer still. The Greeks told countless stories of mortals transformed by Aphrodite's touch, men and women who encountered beauty and found their lives redirected entirely. The shepherd who saw the princess and could never return to simple work. The queen who met the stranger and abandoned her throne. The warrior who glimpsed a face and forgot his purpose. These stories were not celebrated as victories or condemned as failures. They were simply presented as truth. This is what happens when desire meets a mortal life. This is what beauty can do when it concentrates its attention on someone unprepared for its force. But Aphrodite's mythology also emphasized that her power came with responsibility, both for her and for those she influenced. The Greeks understood that desire without wisdom leads to chaos, that attraction without ethics creates suffering, that pleasure pursued without regard for consequence destroys more than it fulfills. Aphrodite herself was not portrayed as encouraging recklessness. Rather, she was portrayed as being reckless in her essence, as embodying the force that simply moves without consulting safety or propriety. The responsibility, mythology suggested, fell to humans to meet desire with judgment, to feel attraction, but choose wisely about whether and how to act on it. This created one of the central tensions in Aphrodite's mythology. She was simultaneously celebrated and blamed, honored and resented. She received worship and offerings because her domain included so much of what makes life meaningful: love, pleasure, beauty, connection. Temples to Aphrodite were places of joy, of celebration, of gratitude for intimacy and attraction. People came to her altars to ask for successful marriages, for the return of affection, for the blessing of beauty. for the power to attract the person they desired. They offered her flowers and perfumes, tokens of the very softness and luxury she represented. Yet she was also blamed when desire led to disaster, when attraction created conflict, when beauty inspired destructive competition, when marriages failed, when passion led to betrayal, when kingdoms fell because rulers followed their hearts instead of their duties. Aphrodite received the accusation. How could she let this happen? Why did she not protect love from itself? Why did she make people want what would destroy them? These questions miss the point, mythology suggested. Aphrodite was not a guardian of morality. She was a force of nature. Asking her to make desire safe was like asking the ocean to arrange its waves conveniently. She was what she was, and humans had to navigate her influence as best they could. The story of Aphrodite, then, becomes the story of how the Greeks understood this navigation. How do you honor beauty without becoming enslaved to it? How do you celebrate pleasure without being destroyed by it? How do you acknowledge attraction without letting it override every other value? These questions run through all her myths, shaping the way storytellers presented her influence across divine and mortal realms. The answer mythology offered was not simple denial. The Greeks were too honest about human nature for that. The answer was something more subtle. Recognition, respect, and guided choice. Feel desire, yes. Notice beauty, yes. But also remember what else matters. Also consider the costs. Also choose with awareness of what you might be trading away. This wisdom appears most clearly in the myths that frame love as a practice rather than just a feeling. Aphrodite could inspire the initial attraction, could create the magnetic pull that brought two people together. But the Greeks understood that this was just the beginning. What happened next? Whether that attraction became a sustaining bond or a consuming fire, whether it built something or destroyed something, that depended on how the people involved chose to shape it. Love as practice meant tending to affection the way one tends a garden, protecting it from neglect, feeding it with attention and care, making daily small choices to honor the connection rather than waiting for feelings to do the work automatically. This practical approach to love appears in the Greek understanding of marriage, which Aphrodite blessed but did not control. Marriage was understood as a social contract, a weaving together of families and resources and futures, a commitment made with full awareness that attraction might fade, that other attractions might arise, that challenges would test the bond. Aphrodite's role was to make marriage desirable, to provide the initial spark that made people want to bind themselves together, to offer the warmth that made commitment feel like joy rather than just duty. But maintaining marriage required other virtues: patience, forgiveness, loyalty, compromise. These fell under other deities' domains, but they were necessary to transform Aphrodite's gift into something lasting. The tension between passion and partnership runs through many of Aphrodite's most complex myths. She was married to Hephaestus, the craftsman god, in an arrangement that mythology presents as fundamentally mismatched. Hephaestus represented everything solid, patient, and reliable: the slow work of building, the steady application of skill, the transformation of raw material into useful beauty through effort and time. He was not particularly handsome, this god of the forge. He was described as lame, scarred from his work, covered in soot and sweat, more comfortable with tools than with people. His hands created marvels: armor that could turn any blade, jewelry that shone with impossible brilliance. mechanisms that moved with their own life. But he himself was not the kind of beauty that turned heads or stopped conversations. Aphrodite's marriage to him was portrayed as a political arrangement, possibly a gift from Zeus, possibly a punishment for Aphrodite's pride, possibly an attempt to contain her disruptive influence by binding her to the most stable god available. Whatever the reason, mythology presented it as a union of opposites: beauty and craft, spontaneity and patience, the goddess of attraction married to the god who had to work for every achievement. The symbolic weight is obvious. Can beauty be satisfied with steady reliability? Can passion survive routine? Can attraction be sustained by virtue alone? The myths answer honestly, not easily. Aphrodite's most famous affair was with Ares, the god of war, in a relationship that mythology presents as both inevitable and catastrophic. If Hephaestus represented patience and building, Ares represented intensity and destruction. He was physical power, immediate gratification, the thrill of conflict and conquest. Where Hephaestus worked slowly over hot metal, Ares moved with explosive speed. Where Hephaestus created things meant to last, Ares destroyed things in moments. Where Hephaestus was steady and predictable, Ares was volatile and dangerous. The attraction between Aphrodite and Ares was portrayed as natural in its own way, the meeting of two forces that operated on intensity rather than patience, that valued the immediate rather than the eventual. Their affair was passionate, reckless, conducted in secret while Hephaestus worked at his forge, unaware or perhaps choosing to remain unaware. Mythology treats this not as a simple story of betrayal, but as a symbolic exploration of love's different possibilities. With Hephaestus, Aphrodite had security, devotion, beautiful gifts, a husband who honored her. With Ares, she had excitement, urgency, the feeling of being consumed by intensity, rather than simply cherished with care. The revelation of the affair is one of mythology's most telling moments. Hephaestus, finally made aware of the betrayal, does not respond with Ares-like violence. Instead, he responds as a craftsman. He builds. He creates an invisible net, unbreakable and imperceptible, and sets it as a trap above the bed, where Aphrodite and Ares meet. When the lovers fall into it, they are caught mid-embrace, unable to escape, held in their moment of passion for all the gods to see. Hephaestus calls the Olympians to witness his humiliation and their shame. This scene could be played for simple revenge, but mythology makes it more complex. The trapped lovers are described as beautiful even in their shame, their bodies intertwined, still radiant with the aftermath of pleasure. The watching gods react with a mixture of responses. Some laugh, some avert their eyes, some feel sympathy for Hephaestus, some envy the lovers. Apollo famously says he would gladly endure such shame for such pleasure, would willingly be caught in Aphrodite's arms, even knowing he would be mocked for it afterward. The scene becomes a meditation on what people are willing to risk for intensity, what they will trade for the feeling of being fully alive in desire's grip. Hephaestus eventually releases them, and Aphrodite returns to his home, and the marriage continues in its uncomfortable arrangement. But mythology makes clear that nothing is truly resolved. Desire does not evaporate because it has been exposed. Beauty does not become less magnetic because it has been shamed. Intensity does not lose its appeal because it has proven costly. The story offers no easy moral, no simple condemnation or celebration. It simply presents the reality. People want different things, and sometimes those things conflict. Stability and excitement, security and passion, the steady flame and the consuming fire. these are not easily reconciled, and choosing one does not make the other cease to call. This complexity extends to all of Aphrodite's relationships and influences. She was not a goddess who could be reduced to simple lessons. She represented too many contradictory truths about human experience. Love is beautiful and love is painful. Attraction creates connection, and attraction creates conflict. Beauty inspires creation, and beauty provokes destruction. Pleasure is essential to life, and pleasure can destroy life. All of these were simultaneously true in her mythology, held together not through logic, but through honest observation of how desire actually operates in human experience. The Greeks used Aphrodite's myths to explore these contradictions without trying to resolve them falsely. They told stories of love that brought joy, and stories of love that brought ruin, and they attributed both to the same goddess, because they understood both came from the same source. The same force that made people build homes together could make them abandon those homes for new attractions. The same power that blessed marriages could inspire affairs. The same beauty that made life worth living could make people willing to die or kill to possess it. This dual nature appears clearly in the myths of Aphrodite's children. She bore Eros, the god of passionate love, who carried arrows that could make anyone fall helplessly in love with anyone else, bypassing choice entirely and creating desire through divine intervention. Eros represented love as compulsion, as something that happens to you rather than something you choose, as an experience that overrides reason and restraint. His arrows were portrayed as both gifts and weapons. The experience of falling in love could be ecstatic or agonizing, depending on whether it was returned, whether it was appropriate, whether it led to union or to hopeless longing. But Aphrodite also bore other children who represented different aspects of her domain. Harmonia, goddess of harmony and concord, represented the peace that can come from properly ordered love, from attractions that align rather than conflict, from beauty that creates unity rather than competition. Phobos and Deimos, fear and dread, were also sometimes named as her children, particularly in her liaisons with Ares, the offspring of love and war, representing how desire mixed with violence creates terror, how passion combined with aggression becomes destructive rather than creative. Even more tellingly, Aphrodite was sometimes credited with mothering the three graces: Aglaia, beauty; Euphrosyne, mirth; and Thalia, abundance. These goddesses represented the gentler aspects of Aphrodite's influence, the way beauty and pleasure could create flourishing rather than conflict. They attended celebrations, blessed gatherings, made social connections warm and generous. They were what happened when Aphrodite's power was channeled toward creation and community, rather than toward possession and rivalry. The Greeks, in making them her daughters, suggested that the choice between love's destructive and creative aspects lay partly in how it was approached, how it was honored, how it was integrated into life. This nuanced understanding of love's complexity made Aphrodite particularly important in the Greek exploration of what it meant to live well. The good life, Greek philosophy suggested, required balance: courage without recklessness, wisdom without coldness, pleasure without dissolution, discipline without rigidity. Aphrodite represented the element of this balance that could not be ignored or suppressed: the need for beauty, connection, pleasure, and love. A life without these things would be barren and harsh, missing something essential to human flourishing. But a life governed only by these things would be chaotic and destructive, lacking the structure necessary for genuine achievement and meaning. The key was integration, mythology suggested. Let Aphrodite have her due, but not more than her due. Honor beauty, but do not worship it exclusively. Seek pleasure, but not at the expense of everything else. Follow attraction, but with awareness of where it leads. This balanced approach appears in the myths of heroes who navigate Aphrodite's influence successfully, who appreciate beauty without being enslaved by it, who feel desire but maintain their larger purposes. Odysseus provides one of the clearest examples. His long journey home from Troy includes multiple encounters with beautiful women who offer him pleasure, comfort, and ease if he will only stay with them and abandon his journey. Calypso offers him immortality itself if he will remain as her lover on her island paradise. Circe offers him luxury and transformation, the chance to forget his struggles in her palace. The sirens offer the irresistible pleasure of their song, the promise of knowledge and beauty combined. In each case, Odysseus feels the attraction. Mythology does not portray him as immune to beauty's pull, but he also maintains his purpose, his desire to return home to Penelope, to reclaim his kingdom, to complete his journey. This is presented not as rejection of Aphrodite's gifts, but as proper ordering of them. Odysseus enjoys Calypso's company for years before insisting on leaving. He accepts Circe's hospitality and even her bed before eventually continuing his voyage. He experiences the pull of the siren's song while taking precautions against being destroyed by it. The message is subtle but clear. Attraction is natural and even valuable, but it must be met with judgment about what serves one's deeper purposes. Pleasure has its place, but it is not the only place. Beauty can be appreciated without demanding that life be reorganized entirely around it. This integration of desire and purpose was understood as difficult work, requiring constant attention and self-awareness. The Greeks did not pretend it was easy to feel attraction and choose restraint, to recognize beauty and maintain boundaries, to experience pleasure and still remember responsibilities. Their myths are full of people who fail at this balance, who are swept away by Aphrodite's influence into choices that bring suffering. But they also include examples of people who manage it, who feel deeply and still choose wisely, who let love enhance their lives rather than consume them. The emphasis on choice becomes central to understanding Aphrodite's mythology correctly. She was not portrayed as forcing people to act against their will. Rather, she was portrayed as creating conditions where will itself became complicated. She made certain choices feel inevitable, certain people feel irresistible, certain pleasures feel necessary. But she did not remove agency. She challenged it, tested it, made it harder to exercise, but ultimately left humans responsible for their own decisions. This is clearest in the stories where her influence is resisted. When Hippolytus chooses to honor Artemis exclusively and reject Aphrodite's domain entirely, she punishes him not by forcing him to feel desire, but by creating circumstances where his rejection of love leads to his destruction. When mortals insult her by claiming to be more beautiful than she is, or by neglecting her worship, she responds not by compelling their actions, but by arranging situations where their pride or neglect creates natural consequences. The gods, in Greek mythology, were not puppeteers controlling human actions, but forces that shaped the landscape through which humans navigated, making some paths easier and others harder. but ultimately leaving the navigation itself to human choice. This preserved human dignity even in myths, where humans made terrible choices. They were not absolved of responsibility by claiming a god made them do it. Aphrodite might have intensified their attraction, might have made beauty seem more important than it was, might have clouded their judgment with longing. But the decision to act, to betray, to abandon, to risk everything for desire, that remained their own. This made Greek mythology's moral landscape more complex and more honest than systems that either blamed gods entirely or ignored divine influence completely. The truth, mythology suggested, was somewhere in between. Forces beyond our control affect us, but we still choose how we respond to those forces. This framework helps explain one of Aphrodite's most famous myths, her role in the judgment of Paris and the subsequent Trojan War. The story begins with a wedding, specifically the wedding of the hero Peleus to the sea nymph Thetis. All the gods were invited except Eris, goddess of discord and strife. Offended by this exclusion, Eris crashed the celebration and tossed a golden apple into the gathering, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Immediately, 3 goddesses each claimed the apple: Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each convinced that she deserved the title of most beautiful. Zeus, wisely refusing to judge between his wife, his daughter, and the goddess of beauty, herself deferred the decision to a mortal. Paris, a prince of Troy, living as a shepherd for reasons involving prophecy and attempted infanticide, a different story, was chosen to make the judgment. Each goddess appeared before him and offered a bribe. Hera offered power, dominion over kingdoms, authority over men, the chance to rule the greatest empire the world had known. Athena offered glory in battle, success in warfare, triumph over enemies, fame that would last through the ages, the honor that came from military excellence. Aphrodite offered love, specifically the love of Helen, called the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite's offer, awarding her the golden apple and earning her eternal favor. This choice, mythology suggests, revealed something essential about Paris's character and priorities, but also something essential about how attraction works. Hera's offer represented ambition, the desire for status and control. Athena's offer represented achievement, the desire for excellence and recognition. Aphrodite's offer represented desire itself, immediate and personal, the promise not of distant glory but of present fulfillment, of possessing beauty, of being chosen by beauty, of experiencing the intensity that comes from being close to what draws you most powerfully. The problem, of course, was that Helen was already married to Menelaus, king of Sparta, who had won her hand in a competition among suitors, and who had extracted oaths from all those defeated suitors that they would defend his marriage if anyone tried to steal her away. This detail is crucial to the mythology. Paris was not offered some abstract beauty, some available woman who happened to be lovely. He was offered specifically the wife of another man, a woman whose removal from her home would violate sacred bonds of hospitality. Paris was guest in Menelaus' home when he took Helen. Break marriage vows and trigger the very oaths that bound all of Greece's greatest warriors to respond. Aphrodite's gift, then, came with catastrophic strings attached. She could make Helen desirable to Paris, could create circumstances where the two encountered each other, could even inspire in Helen some reciprocal attraction, whether through genuine feeling or through divine influence. Mythology leaves ambiguous. But the consequences of accepting this gift were inevitably destructive. By choosing Aphrodite's offer, Paris chose intensity over wisdom, immediate pleasure over long-term consequences, personal desire over social obligations. He chose, in other words, to let attraction override every other consideration. What followed was 10 years of war, the destruction of Troy, the deaths of countless warriors, the suffering of families left behind, the transformation of love into the catalyst for one of mythology's greatest catastrophes. The Trojan War, as the Greeks told it, began with a beauty contest and a bribe of love, and ended with a city in flames, with heroes dead, with Aphrodite's promised pleasure buried under years of bloodshed and grief. This was mythology's clearest statement about desire's potential for destruction, when attraction becomes more important than everything else, when people are willing to violate every bond and break every rule to possess beauty. The resulting damage ripples outward beyond imagination. Yet even in this story, Aphrodite herself is not portrayed simply as villain. She offered what she had to offer: love, beauty, attraction, the promise of intensity. It was Paris who chose to accept without considering costs. Paris who placed desire above honor. Paris who thought the possession of beauty worth any price. And it was the system of honor, oaths, and alliances that transformed a personal choice into a civilizational conflict. One man wanted one woman. This should have been a small story. But because that woman represented honor, because her marriage was protected by oaths, because kingdoms had invested their reputations in defending such bonds, a personal desire became a public catastrophe. The Trojan War myths then become an extended meditation on what happens when desire is not integrated properly into the larger web of human obligations and relationships. Throughout the war, Aphrodite continues to protect Paris and Helen, shielding them from the worst consequences of their choice, helping them survive when by rights they should have been killed or captured. She fights on Troy's side not because she approves of what Paris did, but because he chose her, honored her above the other goddesses, and she protects those who honor her. This loyalty creates one of the war's stranger dynamics. The goddess of love working to prolong a war, beauty fighting to sustain bloodshed, the force of attraction aligned with the force of destruction. During the war, mythology portrays Aphrodite as sometimes surprisingly vulnerable. When she enters the battlefield herself to protect her favorites, she can be wounded. Diomedes, the Greek hero, actually manages to drive his spear into her hand, causing her to flee back to Olympus in pain and fear. This moment is revelatory. Even the goddess of love is not invincible in the realm of violence. Beauty cannot stand against weapons. Attraction cannot shield against aggression. When desire enters the territory of warfare, it becomes exposed, endangered, revealed as powerful in its own domain, but fragile when removed from it. This fragility emphasizes something important about Aphrodite's mythology. She was strongest in spaces of peace, in moments of connection, in contexts where people had room to feel and respond to attraction. War was fundamentally foreign to her nature. She could operate within it, could try to protect those she favored, but she was not built for it, not designed to thrive in an environment of constant violence and hatred. The war itself, then, represented not just the consequences of desire, but the destruction of the very spaces where desire could flourish. By starting this war, Paris had not just caused suffering, he had destroyed the peace necessary for love itself to exist. As the war dragged on, mythology explored how desire and attraction continued to operate even in catastrophic circumstances. Warriors on both sides spoke of Helen's beauty, wondered whether any woman could be worth such cost, debated whether to blame her or pity her, or simply acknowledge her as the embodiment of what men fight for. Helen herself became a tragic figure in later tellings, a woman whose beauty was both gift and curse, who was desired by everyone but perhaps never truly seen as a person, whose attractiveness made her into a prize to be won, rather than a human being to be known. Some versions of the myth suggest Helen was ambivalent about Paris, that she regretted the consequences of their union, that she understood the destruction her beauty had caused. Other versions portray her as genuinely in love, as choosing Paris freely and bearing the judgment that followed. The variation in storytelling reveals something about how the Greeks thought about desire. It can be compulsion or choice, or something in between, and from the outside, it is often impossible to tell which. Did Aphrodite force Helen to love Paris? Or did she create circumstances where Helen's own attraction could emerge? Did Helen go willingly, or was she carried off? Did she stay because she wanted to, or because she had no choice? Different storytellers answered differently, but all agreed on this. Whether willing or compelled, her presence in Troy turned desire into destiny and beauty into a battlefield. The war finally ended, not through Aphrodite's influence, but through craft and deception. The famous wooden horse, the trick that brought Greek warriors inside Troy's walls, the strategy that succeeded where years of combat had failed. The city fell, the Trojans were killed or enslaved, and Helen was returned to Menelaus. The reunion of Helen and Menelaus is portrayed with varying tones across different tellings. Some suggest Menelaus intended to kill her for her betrayal, but could not bring himself to do so when he saw her beauty again. Others suggest Helen had been waiting to return all along, that she had remained loyal in spirit even if separated in body. Still others portray a cold reunion, two people reunited by duty rather than desire, bound by marriage but no longer by love. Regardless of which version one follows, the aftermath of the Trojan War became a meditation on cost and consequence. Heroes returned home to find their families changed, their kingdoms disrupted, their lives irrevocably altered by a decade of absence. Many never made it home at all, dying in shipwrecks or being killed by those who had seized power in their absence. The survivors bore scars, physical and psychological, memories of violence that could not be forgotten, losses that could not be restored. And at the center of it all was this question: was beauty worth it? Was desire worth it? If you could go back and make the choice again, knowing the cost, would you still choose intensity over peace? Mythology offers no single answer, but the weight of the story suggests a somber lesson. Intensity is real and powerful, but it is not always worth what it costs. Beauty can inspire devotion, but devotion can become obsession. Attraction can feel like fate, but following it without wisdom leads to destruction. The Trojan War stood as mythology's largest example of desire, unmoored from judgment, attraction pursued without consideration of consequence, beauty valued above everything else, until beauty itself was buried in ashes. Yet even in the aftermath, Aphrodite remained a goddess to be honored, a force to be respected. The Greeks did not respond to the Trojan War by rejecting love, or beauty, or pleasure. They understood that the problem was not desire itself, but desire without wisdom, attraction without ethics, pleasure without integration into the larger context of a well-lived life. Aphrodite continued to receive worship, continued to bless marriages and inspire art, continued to represent the essential human need for connection and beauty. But her myths after Troy carried a new awareness, a recognition that her gifts required careful handling, that intensity needed guidance, that love was most powerful when it was also kind. This kindness became increasingly emphasized in later myths and worship practices. Aphrodite Pandemos, Aphrodite of all the people, was honored as the force that created community bonds, that made people want to gather and celebrate together, that transformed individual desires into shared joy. Aphrodite Urania, Aphrodite of the heavens, was honored as the inspiration for higher love, for intellectual and spiritual connection, for beauty that elevated rather than merely pleased. These different aspects of her worship acknowledge that attraction operated on multiple levels. That desire could be physical or emotional or spiritual. That love could be immediate and consuming or slow and elevating. The distinction between these aspects of Aphrodite helped Greeks think about how to engage with desire wisely. Pure physical attraction, urgent, immediate, focused on beauty of form, was real and natural, but also potentially dangerous if pursued without consideration. Love that included affection, respect, shared values, intellectual connection. This was more complex but also more sustainable, more likely to build something rather than just consume. The highest love, mythology suggested, combined attraction with admiration, desire with respect, passion with patience. This was Aphrodite operating in harmony with other virtues, beauty enhanced by goodness, pleasure integrated into purpose. This integration appears in myths of successful love stories, rare as they are in Greek mythology's generally tragic landscape. Eros and Psyche provide one of the clearest examples. Psyche was a mortal woman, so beautiful that people began to worship her instead of Aphrodite, an insult that prompted the goddess to send her son, Eros, to make Psyche fall in love with something wretched. But Eros himself fell in love with Psyche instead, and arranged for her to be brought to his palace, where he visited her only in darkness, forbidding her to see his face. The relationship worked as long as Psyche trusted without seeing, loved without full knowledge. But her sisters, jealous and suspicious, convinced her that her mysterious lover must be a monster, that she should light a lamp while he slept to see his true form. When she did, she discovered not a monster but a god, beautiful beyond description. A drop of hot oil from her lamp fell on Eros, waking him, and he fled, feeling betrayed by her lack of trust. What follows is Psyche's journey to win him back, a series of impossible tasks set by Aphrodite herself, tests that require courage, cleverness, and persistence. Psyche must sort an enormous pile of mixed grains, gather golden fleece from violent sheep, fill a flask with water from an inaccessible stream, even journey to the underworld to retrieve a box of beauty. She succeeds through a combination of her own determination and help from unexpected sources. Ants sort the grains, reeds tell her how to gather the fleece, an eagle fills the flask. A tower gives her instructions for the underworld journey. The myth becomes an allegory for the work required to transform attraction into lasting love. The initial connection was based on mystery and intensity, on passion in darkness, on desire without full knowledge. But sustainable love requires seeing clearly, working hard, facing challenges, proving devotion through action rather than just feeling. Psyche's tasks represent the everyday work of maintaining relationship, sorting through mixed elements to find what nourishes, gathering resources carefully to avoid harm, reaching high and deep to sustain connection, even facing death-like descents into despair, and emerging with treasures that restore vitality. Eventually, Psyche completes all her tasks and is reunited with Eros, but in a transformed way. She becomes immortal, elevated to divine status, no longer a mortal overwhelmed by a god's beauty, but an equal partner. Their union produces a daughter named Hedone, pleasure, suggesting that when love does the necessary work, when attraction is tested and proven and integrated, the result is sustainable joy rather than consuming intensity. The myth offers a rare optimistic vision. Desire can become devotion. Attraction can become commitment. Passion can mature into something that lasts. This maturation of love appears in other myths as well, though often in more tragic contexts. The story of Alcestis and Admetus explores love's ultimate sacrifice. When Admetus was fated to die young, Alcestis volunteered to die in his place. Her love, for him, proving stronger than her desire to live. This act of devotion, choosing the beloved's life over one's own, became mythology's clearest example of selfless love. Attraction transformed entirely into gift. The story ends with Alcestis being rescued from death, brought back by Heracles. Her sacrifice honored with restoration. But the emotional power lies in the moment of choice, the willingness to give up everything for love. These stories of love's maturation and depth provided counterweight to the stories of love's destruction and chaos. The Greeks acknowledged both possibilities. Attraction could lead to either flourishing or catastrophe, depending on how it was approached, how it was integrated, how it was met with other virtues. Aphrodite herself was not responsible for determining which outcome occurred. She provided the initial spark, the magnetic pull, the opening of possibility. What humans did with that opening, how they chose to respond to attraction, whether they let desire guide them wisely or lead them to ruin, that remained their responsibility and their choice. This emphasis on human choice and responsibility became increasingly important as Greek culture evolved and philosophical thinking developed alongside mythological storytelling. Philosophers began to distinguish between different types of pleasure, arguing that some pleasures were more valuable than others, that the pursuit of pleasure needed to be guided by wisdom. Aphrodite's domain became a subject of philosophical debate. Should humans pursue physical pleasure? How should desire be managed? What is the relationship between beauty and goodness? Can attraction be trusted as a guide to what is worth pursuing? Different schools of philosophy answered differently. The Epicureans argued that pleasure was indeed the highest good, but they defined pleasure as the absence of pain and disturbance, rather than as intense gratification. True pleasure, they suggested, came from simple satisfactions, from friendship and peace of mind, from intellectual contemplation, not from the kind of consuming passion Aphrodite often inspired. The Stoics went further, arguing that desire itself was a disturbance to be transcended, that the wise person should not be moved by attraction or repelled by its absence, that true freedom meant independence from Aphrodite's influence entirely. Yet mythology persisted alongside philosophy, and popular worship continued to honor Aphrodite as essential to human flourishing. Whatever the philosophers argued, ordinary people knew that desire was real, that beauty mattered, that connection was necessary, that pleasure made life bearable. They brought offerings to Aphrodite's temples, not because they had read philosophical treatises, but because they had experienced love, had felt attraction, had known the joy of being desired and the pain of being rejected. They understood in their bodies what philosophy tried to analyze in concepts, that Aphrodite's domain was not optional, not something to be transcended or denied, but something to be engaged with as wisely as possible. The temples to Aphrodite became places where this engagement could happen in ritualized, contained ways. People came to honor beauty, to celebrate pleasure, to ask for blessing on their relationships. Some temples included sacred prostitutes, priestesses who embodied the goddess's domain by offering physical intimacy as an act of worship. This practice, controversial and often misunderstood, represented an attempt to acknowledge sexuality as sacred, to create a context where physical desire could be experienced within religious rather than just personal or commercial frameworks. The sacred prostitutes were not degraded, but honored, seen as conduits for the goddess's power, as offering something that connected worshippers to the divine through the very earthly experience of pleasure. Other temples focused on different aspects of Aphrodite's domain. Some emphasized marriage and legitimate unions, blessing engaged couples, and interceding for wives who wanted their husbands' continued devotion. Some focused on beauty and aesthetics, serving as centers for the appreciation of art and music and lovely things. Some honored the more playful, joyful aspects of attraction, flirtation and courtship, the excitement of new interest, the pleasure of being noticed and appreciated. The variety of worship practices reflected the complexity of Aphrodite's domain. Love was not one thing, but many things, and each deserved its own form of honor and attention. Throughout all this evolution of worship and philosophy, certain core truths about Aphrodite remained constant in Greek understanding. First, that desire was a fundamental force, not created by society but encountered by it, something that pre-existed civilization's attempts to regulate it. Second, that beauty had real power, that it could inspire and transform, that it was not superficial, but deeply significant in human experience. Third, that attraction created both connection and conflict, that it could build families and destroy kingdoms, that its consequences depended on how it was approached. Fourth, that pleasure was essential to flourishing, that a life without joy and beauty and connection was impoverished, no matter how virtuous it might be in other ways. And fifth, that love required wisdom, that desire needed guidance, that the most powerful force was also the most dangerous if pursued without integration into a larger framework of meaning and purpose. These truths shaped how Greeks told Aphrodite's stories across generations. She appeared in their myths not as a simple character with consistent motivation, but as a force with complex effects, interpreted and reinterpreted to explore different aspects of human experience with desire. Her birth from sea foam was told and retold, always emphasizing her arrival fully formed, always capturing the sense that attraction appears complete rather than developing gradually. Her marriage to Hephaestus and affair with Ares became a standard story, explored from different angles to consider the tension between security and excitement, between reliability and intensity. Her role in the Trojan War stood as the ultimate cautionary tale, the largest example of desire creating catastrophe when pursued without wisdom. But alongside these major myths, countless smaller stories portrayed Aphrodite's influence in more intimate, personal ways. Stories of people blessed with beauty who learned its burdens. Stories of people granted their heart's desire only to discover the desire had changed once fulfilled. Stories of love that elevated and love that destroyed, of attraction that built and attraction that demolished, of pleasure that restored and pleasure that depleted. Each story added to the complex portrait of a goddess who represented something fundamental and ineradicable in human nature, something that demanded engagement rather than denial, wisdom rather than suppression. As the ancient world evolved and Greek culture spread and mixed with other traditions, Aphrodite's mythology continued to develop. The Romans adopted her as Venus, keeping her essential character while adapting it to their own cultural concerns. In Roman hands, she became more associated with the state, with Rome's mythological origins and divine destiny. Venus was claimed as the ancestor of Rome's founders, making her not just the goddess of personal love, but the divine mother of an empire. Her domain expanded to include political as well as erotic power. Yet even in this adapted form, the core remained. She represented attraction, beauty, pleasure, and all the complexity that came with them. Christian traditions later struggled with Aphrodite's legacy, uncomfortable with a goddess who represented desire so openly and who blessed pleasure so directly. In Christian reinterpretation, much of what Aphrodite represented became associated with temptation and sin, with the dangerous allure that drew people away from spiritual pursuits. Physical beauty became suspicious. Sexual desire became something to be resisted. Pleasure itself became problematic unless carefully justified and controlled. The goddess of love was transformed into a warning, her power acknowledged but reframed as threat rather than gift. Yet even in this rejection, Aphrodite's influence persisted. The human experiences she represented did not disappear because theology condemned them. People still fell in love, still felt attraction, still sought beauty and pleasure and connection. The language and interpretation changed, but the fundamental realities remained. And in art and literature and human imagination, Aphrodite continued to appear, sometimes directly, sometimes in disguised or symbolic form, always representing the same essential truths: that beauty moves us, that desire shapes us, that connection matters, that pleasure nourishes, that love transforms. In our current era, disconnected from literal belief in gods but still shaped by the archetypes they embodied, Aphrodite remains relevant as a way of thinking about desire and its complexities. We no longer believe a goddess makes us fall in love, but we still experience the sense that attraction arrives unbidden, that it operates beyond our full control, that it can redirect our priorities in ways logic would not recommend. We no longer worship at temples of beauty, but we still organize significant portions of our economy and attention around the pursuit of attractiveness, still seek to possess or display or become beauty in its various forms. We no longer sacrifice to Aphrodite for successful marriages, but we still struggle with the same questions her myths explored: how to balance security and excitement, how to sustain connection over time, how to navigate the gap between what we feel and what we should do. The psychological insights embedded in Aphrodite's mythology remain startlingly current. The recognition that beauty creates comparison and competition, that attraction can bypass judgment, that desire can feel like compulsion. These appear in contemporary discussions of everything from advertising to online dating to social media. The understanding that intensity is not the same as sustainability, that passion requires something beyond itself to become lasting, that love must be practiced rather than just felt. These appear in relationship counseling and marriage research and studies of long-term satisfaction. The awareness that desire can be creative or destructive, depending on how it is engaged. That pleasure pursued without wisdom leads to suffering. That attraction must be integrated into a larger framework of values and purposes. these remain central to contemporary ethics and philosophy. Even the specific tensions Aphrodite's myths explored remain recognizable. The gap between whom we are committed to and whom we are attracted to. The conflict between wanting security and wanting excitement. The question of whether beauty is worth its cost. The struggle to maintain desire within long-term partnership. The challenge of integrating pleasure into life without being consumed by it. These are still the questions people bring to therapists, discuss with friends, explore in their own hearts. Aphrodite's mythology provided frameworks for thinking about these questions, not by offering simple answers, but by portraying their complexity honestly, by acknowledging that desire is powerful and that power requires careful handling. The goddess's various aspects, Aphrodite Urania inspiring elevated love, Aphrodite Pandemos creating community bonds, Aphrodite armed and dangerous in some local cults, Aphrodite gentle and blessing in others, reflect the reality that attraction operates on multiple levels and in multiple contexts. Sexual desire, romantic attachment, aesthetic appreciation, communal joy, spiritual longing. All of these fall under the broader category of attraction, of being drawn towards something beyond ourselves, of seeking connection and beauty and pleasure in their various forms. Aphrodite's mythology encompassed all of these because the Greeks recognized they all shared a common root. The fundamental human impulse to move toward what attracts, to seek what pleases, to desire what is beautiful. Understanding this breadth helps explain why Aphrodite could not be simply celebrated or simply condemned, why her mythology had to hold together both creative and destructive possibilities. To honor only Aphrodite would be to make desire the highest value, to risk letting attraction override all other considerations, to invite the kind of catastrophe the Trojan War represented. But to reject Aphrodite entirely would be to deny something essential, to impoverish human experience, to try to live without beauty or pleasure or connection. A life that would be harsh and diminished even if it avoided desire's dangers. The wisdom lay in integration, honoring Aphrodite alongside other gods, letting desire take its place among other values, approaching attraction with both openness and judgment. This balanced approach appears in mythology's happiest endings, rare as they are. When love worked well in Greek stories, it was usually because the people involved combined attraction with other virtues: courage, loyalty, patience, wisdom, humor. They felt deeply, but chose carefully. They were drawn by beauty, but looked for character. They experienced passion, but built friendship. They desired intensely, but also respected deeply. In such cases, Aphrodite's gift became the foundation for something larger, the initial spark that ignited a fire carefully tended into warmth that sustained rather than consumed. The image of fire captures this duality perfectly. Fire can be catastrophic, destroying everything it touches, spreading beyond control, reducing, flourishing, to ashes. But fire can also be warmth, light, the center of the home, the means of cooking and comfort and protection, the gathering point where community forms. The difference lies not in the fire itself, but in how it is contained, fed, and maintained. So too with desire. The same force that can destroy lives can also warm them, if approached with wisdom, if integrated into proper context, if tended with care and attention. Aphrodite's mythology, across all its variations and developments, ultimately teaches this simple but profound lesson. Desire is real. Beauty matters. Pleasure nourishes. Connection sustains. love transforms. But these truths require wisdom to be engaged safely. They require integration into a larger framework of values and purposes. They require the recognition that intensity is not the only measure of value, that immediate gratification is not always worth its cost, that attraction must be met with judgment about whether and how to act on it. The goddess herself cannot provide this wisdom. She can only provide the desire that makes wisdom necessary. This is perhaps Aphrodite's ultimate gift, not desire itself, but the challenge desire creates, the necessity it imposes for humans to develop discernment and self-awareness and ethical reasoning. Without attraction, humans might never have to think carefully about their choices, might never have to weigh competing values, might never have to develop the capacity to feel strongly and still choose wisely. Aphrodite forces growth by creating situations where the easy path and the wise path diverge, where what you want and what you should do are not the same, where beauty beckons but consequence awaits. In this sense, even her most destructive myths become educational. The Trojan War teaches by showing the ultimate cost of desire pursued without wisdom. Helen's story teaches by showing how beauty can become a burden when it makes one into an object rather than a person. The affair with Ares teaches by showing the gap between intensity and sustainability. The Judgment of Paris teaches by showing how attraction can blind people to consequence. Each myth presents a scenario where Aphrodite's influence creates a choice point, and the tragedy lies not in the influence itself, but in how humans respond to it. This educational function helps explain why Greek children were taught these myths, why they were retold at festivals and depicted in art and woven into the cultural fabric. They were not just entertainment, not just religious doctrine, but a kind of emotional and ethical preparation for the experiences everyone would encounter. The experience of attraction, of desire, of beauty's power, of pleasure's pull, of love's transformative and sometimes destructive force. By learning Aphrodite's myths, young Greeks learned that these experiences were normal, were acknowledged, were important, but also that they required care, required wisdom, required integration into a larger understanding of what makes a life good. The myths also provided language for experiences that might otherwise be inarticulate or shameful. To say, Aphrodite moved me, was to acknowledge powerful feelings without claiming them as entirely one's own. To admit being affected without being entirely defined by the affection. It created space to discuss desire without reducing it to simple choice or absolute compulsion. To hold the complexity of feeling, drawn towards something while also being the person who chooses whether to move. This language recognized that humans are not simple creatures, that we are moved by forces we do not entirely control, but also possess agency to engage those forces wisely or poorly. In contemporary terms, we might speak of neurochemistry and evolutionary psychology, of hormones and instincts and the brain's reward systems. We might explain attraction through pheromones and facial symmetry, might understand desire through dopamine and oxytocin, might predict relationship patterns through attachment theory and social conditioning. These frameworks offer different kinds of insight than mythology provides, answering different questions through different methods, but they do not entirely replace what mythology offers: the symbolic richness, the narrative complexity, the recognition that human experience contains dimensions beyond what can be measured or predicted, that meaning matters alongside mechanism. Aphrodite's mythology reminds us that however we explain attraction scientifically, we still experience it subjectively as something powerful and transformative, something that can reorganize our priorities and redirect our lives. We still feel beauty as significant even when we understand it as arbitrary or constructed. We still experience desire as compelling even when we recognize its biological foundations. The subjective reality of these experiences, what they feel like from the inside, what they mean to the person experiencing them, how they shape identity and choice and meaning. This is what mythology addresses, what scientific frameworks often miss. The goddess remains relevant then, not as an entity to be believed in, but as a symbol to think with, a way of organizing and understanding experiences that resist simple categorization. When we struggle with attraction we know is unwise, we are wrestling with Aphrodite. When beauty moves us beyond explanation, we are experiencing her power. When desire compels us to act in ways we later regret, we are learning her lessons. When love transforms us into better versions of ourselves, we are receiving her blessing. The language may be metaphorical now rather than literal, but the experiences it describes remain immediately recognizable, and the wisdom her myths contain remains applicable. The need to approach desire with judgment, to integrate pleasure into a larger framework of meaning, to recognize that intensity is not the only value, to understand that attraction creates both possibility and danger. These lessons do not become less true because we no longer believe a goddess literally controls them. If anything, the recognition that these forces arise from within ourselves rather than being imposed by external deities makes the wisdom more urgent. We cannot blame a goddess for our choices, cannot appeal to her to resolve our conflicts, cannot depend on divine intervention to save us from desire's consequences. We must develop our own wisdom, our own discernment, our own capacity to feel strongly and choose carefully. This responsibility is both burden and dignity. Burden because it means we must do the hard work of integration ourselves, must develop self-awareness and ethical reasoning, and the capacity to delay gratification when necessary. Dignity because it means we are not puppets of forces beyond our control, not victims of our own desires, but agents capable of feeling deeply and still choosing wisely, of experiencing attraction and still maintaining our values, of letting love transform us without destroying us. Aphrodite's mythology, understood in this light, becomes a kind of training ground for this work. By engaging with her stories, by thinking through the scenarios they present, by considering what we would do in similar situations, we prepare ourselves for the actual challenges we will face. When attraction arises, we will have already thought about whether to act on it. When beauty tempts us toward choices we know are unwise, we will have already considered the cost. When desire pulls us in one direction and duty in another, we will have already developed some framework for making the decision. The myths do not make these choices easy, but they make them less bewildering, less shocking, more recognizable as situations that humans have always faced and always will. This continuity across time and culture is itself comforting in a strange way. The struggles we face with desire and attraction and beauty and love, these are not new problems created by modern life, not unique dysfunctions of contemporary culture, but permanent features of human experience. The Greeks wrestled with the same tensions we do: security versus excitement, passion versus stability, beauty versus character, desire versus duty. Their resolutions were not always successful, their choices not always wise, their outcomes not always happy. But they faced the challenges honestly, portrayed them in all their complexity, and passed down through mythology a collective wisdom about how to engage with these forces as thoughtfully as possible. As we move toward this story's close, we return to where we began. Aphrodite arriving from the sea, fully formed, carrying with her the power of attraction. But now, we see her more completely, understanding her not just as desire, but as the entire complex of experiences desire creates. Connection and competition, inspiration and obsession, pleasure and pain, creation and destruction, elevation and degradation, flourishing and catastrophe. She is all of these because desire itself is all of these. Because attraction contains within itself both tremendous creative potential and tremendous destructive capacity, because beauty is powerful and power is dangerous, and wisdom lies in recognizing both truths at once. The final teaching of Aphrodite's mythology is perhaps the gentlest and most important, that love becomes most powerful when it becomes kind. When desire is guided by care for the other person's well-being, when attraction includes respect for their autonomy, when pleasure is sought in ways that nourish rather than deplete, when beauty is appreciated without possessiveness, when connection is valued without becoming compulsion. This is when Aphrodite's gifts fulfill their highest potential. This is when desire builds rather than destroys, when attraction creates lasting bonds rather than momentary intensity, when love becomes not just a feeling, but a practice, a discipline, a choice made daily to honor what connects us without letting it consume us. This kindness is not the absence of passion, but passion properly integrated. It is not the denial of desire, but desire met with wisdom. It is not the rejection of beauty, but beauty held with humility. It is the recognition that the most powerful force in human experience, the force that can reshape lives and topple kingdoms, becomes sustainable only when it is also gentle, only when it remembers that the other person is not an object to possess, but a person to honor, not a prize to win, but a presence to cherish. In this understanding, Aphrodite transforms from a force of disruption into a force of connection, from a source of chaos into a foundation for community, from a goddess of consuming passion into a goddess of sustaining affection. She remains powerful, remains central to human flourishing, but her power is channeled toward building rather than burning, toward creating warmth rather than consuming fire. This is the version of Aphrodite that blesses marriages that last, that inspires art that endures, that creates bonds that strengthen over time, that makes life feel meaningful and connected and beautiful. And so, we come to rest in this vision. Love as kindness, desire as care, attraction as respect, beauty as gift rather than possession, pleasure as nourishment rather than depletion, connection as chosen practice rather than overwhelming compulsion. This is Aphrodite at her best, her most gentle, her most sustaining. This is the goddess who arrived from the sea foam, carrying not just intensity, but possibility, not just disruption, but transformation, not just desire, but the promise that desire can become devotion, that attraction can become commitment, that passion can mature into peace. The world is full of forces that demand response, hunger and fear and anger and pride. But among all these forces, attraction holds a special place because it is the force that draws us outward, that makes us seek connection, that reminds us we are not alone and need not be. Aphrodite represents this fundamental human truth. We are beings who desire, who seek beauty, who need pleasure, who flourish through love. These needs are not weaknesses to transcend, but realities to integrate, not problems to solve, but experiences to engage wisely. And when we do engage them wisely, when we feel attraction and meet it with judgment, when we recognize beauty and honor it without worshiping it, when we seek pleasure and integrate it into balanced living, when we desire and choose carefully whether to act, when we love and practice making that love kind, then we are living in harmony with Aphrodite rather than being controlled by her. We are receiving her gifts without being destroyed by them, honoring her domain without letting it dominate all else, acknowledging her power while maintaining our agency. This is the complete history of love as the Greeks understood it. A force older than civilization, powerful beyond measure, capable of tremendous good and terrible harm, requiring wisdom and care and integration, most beautiful when most gentle, most powerful when most kind. Aphrodite emerged from the sea fully formed, and we meet her still in every moment of attraction, every experience of beauty, every instance of desire. The question is not whether we will encounter her. We will, inevitably and repeatedly throughout our lives. The question is what we will do when we do, how we will engage with this force that can transform us, whether we will let it guide us to wisdom or to ruin. The myths offer no guarantee, no formula for success, no promise that choosing wisely will always lead to happiness. Love can be approached with all the wisdom in the world and still bring pain. Beauty can be honored humbly and still create complexity. Desire can be integrated carefully and still lead to difficult choices. But the alternative, to deny these forces entirely, to reject beauty and pleasure and connection, to try to live without Aphrodite, would be to diminish life itself, to miss something essential about what makes being human meaningful and worthwhile. So we honor the goddess in whatever form feels true to us, through literal worship or metaphorical understanding, through religious practice or psychological insight, through myth or science or art or simple lived experience. We honor her by acknowledging that desire is real, that beauty matters, that pleasure nourishes, that connection sustains, that love transforms. And we honor her most truly by engaging with these realities wisely, by bringing to attraction the full resources of human judgment and care, by letting desire move us without controlling us, by making love into practice rather than just feeling. In this way, Aphrodite's story becomes not just a myth, but a map, not just entertainment, but education, not just history, but ongoing guidance for navigating the permanent human challenges of desire and beauty and love. Her emergence from the sea continues in every new attraction, every fresh experience of beauty, every moment when we feel drawn toward connection. Her influence persists in every choice we make about how to respond to these experiences, every decision about whether to act on desire or let it pass, every question about what we are willing to risk or sacrifice for love. And in our best moments, when we manage to feel deeply and choose wisely, when we let desire guide us toward genuine connection rather than mere possession, when we honor beauty without being enslaved by it, when we seek pleasure in ways that nourish rather than deplete. In these moments, we are living Aphrodite's mythology, not as tragedy, but as blessing, not as warning, but as promise, not as force that destroys, but as power that sustains. The heart settles finally, not by denying what it wants, but by choosing what serves the whole person, the whole life, the whole web of relationships and commitments and values that make existence meaningful. Aphrodite teaches this through every one of her myths, through every story of desire's complexity and love's transformative power. She teaches it not through prescription, but through portrayal. Not through commandment, but through consequence. Not through telling us what to do, but through showing us what happens when we do various things with the power she represents. Softness is not weakness. Beauty is not frivolous. Pleasure is not shameful. Desire is not enemy. Love is not danger. These forces become dangerous only when engaged without wisdom, pursued without integration, honored without balance. When approached carefully, when integrated thoughtfully, when balanced properly, they become what makes life not just livable, but lovely. Not just endurable, but enjoyable. Not just survived, but celebrated. This is the final gift of Aphrodite's complete history. The recognition that gentleness has strength, that kindness has power, that love guided by wisdom becomes unshakable foundation rather than consuming fire. The goddess who emerged from sea foam teaches, through all her complexity and contradiction, that the heart's deepest longings need not be denied, but need to be directed, need not be suppressed, but need to be shaped, need not be rejected, but need to be refined into their highest forms. And so we rest in this understanding, letting it settle gently into awareness. Love is powerful, beauty is real, desire is natural, connection is essential, pleasure is good. These truths stand firm, and alongside them, equally firm. Wisdom is necessary, kindness is crucial, integration is required, balance is essential, care is paramount. Both sets of truths matter. Both must be held. The tension between them is not problem but practice, not failure but the very work of being human. The daily discipline of feeling strongly and choosing well, of being moved and moving wisely, of letting life's powerful forces flow through us without destroying us, shaping us without shattering us, transforming us without consuming us. In this balance, we find peace. In this integration, we find wholeness. In this wisdom, we find the true blessing that Aphrodite, properly understood and engaged, has always offered. The chance to live fully and love deeply without being destroyed by the very intensity that makes life worth living. This is her complete history, her full teaching, her final gift. That softness and strength can coexist, that gentleness and power can combine, that love can be both transformative and sustainable when approached with the care it deserves and the wisdom it demands. The story ends where it began, with beauty emerging from the sea, with desire arriving in the world, with attraction reshaping everything it touches. But now we understand what to do when it arrives, not to flee from it or be consumed by it, but to meet it with awareness, to honor it with wisdom, to let it guide us toward genuine flourishing rather than momentary intensity, toward lasting connection rather than brief passion, toward love that builds rather than love that burns. This is the peace Aphrodite offers, finally. Not the absence of desire, but its transformation. Not the ending of attraction, but its elevation. Not the denial of beauty, but its integration into life well lived. And in this peace, the heart can rest, knowing it is allowed to want, allowed to feel, allowed to desire, allowed to love, and also knowing it possesses the wisdom to want well, to feel fully, to desire carefully, to love kindly. This knowledge settles over consciousness like gentle waves on a shore, like sea foam gathering into form, like the goddess herself arriving to remind us that we are beings capable of tremendous passion and tremendous wisdom. Both capable of feeling the full force of attraction and still choosing carefully, still loving well, still building lives that honor both intensity and stability, both excitement and peace. The mind can rest now, holding these truths lightly. Desire is real and wisdom is necessary. Beauty is powerful and kindness is paramount. Love transforms and care sustains. All true, all holding together, all settling into quiet understanding that the forces that move us most deeply need not destroy us. That what we feel most intensely can be engaged most wisely. That the power of attraction and the power of choice can work together rather than against each other, can create harmony rather than chaos, can build rather than burn. And in this harmony, there is rest. There is peace. There is the quiet certainty that love, approached with kindness, becomes not a storm to survive, but a home to return to. Not a force that consumes, but a presence that sustains. Not an intensity that exhausts, but a warmth that restores. This is Aphrodite's final teaching, her gentlest wisdom, her most sustaining gift, that the heart can be both passionate and peaceful, both open and wise, both capable of tremendous feeling and tremendous discernment, both moved by beauty and guided by goodness. Let this understanding settle. Let it bring rest. Let it ease the eternal human tension between what we feel and what we choose, between what attracts and what serves, between intensity and sustainability. Both can exist. Both belong. Both have their place in a life well lived, a heart well tended, a love well practiced. This is the complete history of love, from sea foam to settled heart, from overwhelming force to integrated wisdom, from consuming passion to sustaining kindness, from chaos to peace, from the goddess's arrival to the gentle settling of her gifts into balanced life. Here, finally, is rest. Here is the gentle conclusion that follows from understanding. We are beings moved by powerful forces, and we are also beings capable of wise response to those forces. And these two truths need not conflict, but can combine into something beautiful. A life that feels deeply and chooses well, that desires intensely and loves kindly, that is moved by beauty and guided by wisdom, that receives Aphrodite's gifts with gratitude and shapes them with care into something that sustains rather than destroys, that builds rather than burns, that brings peace rather than chaos. And so we end as we began, with awareness of desire as force older than ourselves, powerful beyond our control, essential to our flourishing. But now this awareness comes with understanding, with wisdom, with the recognition that this force need not be enemy or threat, but can be, when met with care, when integrated wisely, when guided by kindness, the very power that makes life not just livable but lovely, not just endurable but meaningful, not just survived but celebrated, not just experienced but treasured. Softness brings strength. Gentleness brings power. Kindness brings peace. And love, approached with wisdom, brings rest. This is the promise and the teaching, the gift and the practice, the myth and the truth, settling now like foam on a shore, like beauty emerging from water, like desire finding wisdom, like the heart discovering, finally, that it can rest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. There are gods who arrive with thunder, and gods who move through the world like sudden wind, reshaping everything they touch in moments of divine spectacle. Then there is the god whose power builds slowly, whose presence is measured not in dramatic transformation, but in the patient accumulation of small improvements, each one making life slightly more bearable than it was before. Hephaestus is this god, and his story is not the story of conquest or seduction, or the grand dramas that unfold on mountaintops, where immortals play out their jealousies and ambitions. His story is the story of the forge, of fire applied with intention, of metal shaped through repetition until it becomes exactly what is needed. It is the story of how civilization grows, not from bold declarations, but from the quiet work of making things that last. In the beginning, before there were temples built in his honor or workshops that invoked his name, Hephaestus was simply the god who did not fit. Olympus was a place of beauty and power, where gods moved with the ease of those who had never questioned their right to exist, exactly as they were. They were tall and radiant, quick with words and quicker with desires, beings for whom the world bent naturally to accommodate their presence. Hephaestus arrived into this company already marked as different. Some stories say he was born with a twisted leg, a deformity that made him awkward among the graceful. Other versions say he was cast down from Olympus as an infant, hurled from the heights by a mother who could not bear to look at a child who was less than perfect, and that the fall itself left him permanently altered, his body bearing the memory of that rejection in every uneven step. Whatever the precise origin of his difference, the result was the same. Hephaestus existed at the margins of Olympian society, neither fully excluded nor comfortably included, present but not quite belonging. He watched the other gods move through their days with the unconscious confidence of those who had never needed to prove their worth, who were admired simply for existing. He saw how beauty opened doors, how charm smoothed conflicts, how physical prowess commanded respect without effort. He possessed none of these advantages, and so he learned early what those who fit easily into the world never have to learn: that value must sometimes be created rather than assumed, that respect can be earned through what you make rather than what you are, that there are forms of power that have nothing to do with how you look or how smoothly you move through social spaces. This understanding, born from exclusion, became the foundation of everything Hephaestus would become. Where other gods spent their time in games and feasts and elaborate courtships, Hephaestus turned his attention to fire. Not the wild, consuming fire of destruction, but fire as a tool, fire as possibility. He discovered that heat could change the nature of things, that metal hard enough to resist any force could become soft and yielding when exposed to the right temperature, that separate pieces could be joined into unified wholes, that formless raw material could be shaped into objects with intention and purpose. Fire became his language, the medium through which he translated ideas into reality, and the forge became the place where he was not awkward or ungainly, but supremely competent, moving with a precision and grace that had nothing to do with how his body looked, and everything to do with what his hands knew how to do. The Greeks, who told and retold the stories of Hephaestus across generations, understood something profound in making him a god. They were not simply explaining where fire came from or why metalwork existed. They were encoding a truth about human experience. That skill is a form of power distinct from physical strength or social status. That the ability to make things transforms both the maker and the world. That patient craft can accomplish what brute force cannot. In a culture that celebrated warriors and kings, athletes and orators, the elevation of Hephaestus to divine status was a quiet acknowledgement that none of those celebrated figures could function without the work of those who made their swords, built their ships, constructed their homes, and created the material foundation on which all other achievements rested. Fire itself, in the mythology surrounding Hephaestus, takes on meanings that extend far beyond its physical properties. It is the force that mediates between raw nature and human intention. A stone is simply a stone until fire is applied, heating it, melting it, allowing it to be poured and shaped and cooled into something useful. Wood in its natural state can provide shelter and fuel, but wood that has been heated and bent and joined becomes furniture, tools, the infrastructure of domestic life. Clay pulled from the earth is formless potential, but clay that has been shaped by hands and hardened by fire becomes a vessel that can hold water, store grain, preserve the work of one season for use in another. Fire is the technology that makes other technologies possible, and Hephaestus, as the master of fire, becomes the god who represents humanity's ability to impose useful form on the chaos of raw materials. This transformation is not violent in the stories of Hephaestus. It is methodical, almost gentle. Metal must be heated to the right temperature, not too hot or it becomes brittle, not too cool or it resists shaping. It must be struck with the right force repeatedly, patiently, each blow bringing it incrementally closer to the desired form. There is a rhythm to forge work, a steady pattern of heating and hammering and cooling that cannot be rushed without ruining the result. This rhythm appears throughout the mythology of Hephaestus as a kind of temporal signature, a reminder that some forms of creation require time and cannot be accomplished through sudden divine intervention or heroic effort. The forge teaches patience because the forge will not yield to impatience. Try to rush the process and the metal cracks or warps or remains forever weakened in ways that will reveal themselves only later, under stress, when failure becomes catastrophic. The Greeks told these stories around fires in the evening, when the day's work was done and darkness settled over communities that had been shaped entirely by the technologies Hephaestus represented. The walls that surrounded them had been built with tools forged in fire. The pots in which their food cooked were ceramic vessels hardened by flame. The weapons that defended them, the plows that prepared their fields, the nails that held their buildings together, the hinges that allowed doors to swing open and closed, the chains that secured valuable possessions, the locks that provided security. All of these emerged from the forge, from the application of fire and skill to transform raw materials into objects that extended human capability. In this way, Hephaestus becomes the god of incremental improvement, of the slow accumulation of small solutions to daily problems. Each tool represents someone observing a difficulty and imagining a better way. Digging with bare hands is slow and painful, so someone shapes a stick and hardens its point in fire, creating the first simple tool. That tool is later improved with a stone blade, then a bronze blade, then an iron blade, each iteration representing generations of refinement. A house built without nails must rely on carefully fitted joints, requiring immense skill and time. The invention of the nail, a simple piece of metal shaped and pointed, revolutionizes construction by allowing strong joints to be created quickly by workers with less specialized training. The nail is not dramatic. No epic poems celebrate its invention, but it changes the world nonetheless, making shelter more accessible, more affordable, more widespread. This is the quiet genius that Hephaestus embodies the recognition that civilization is built not through grand gestures, but through countless small improvements, each one making life slightly less difficult than before. The god who cannot run swiftly or fight magnificently becomes the god without whom no one else can function, because function itself, the basic ability to accomplish necessary tasks, depends entirely on the tools he creates. Warriors need weapons and armor. Sailors need ships built with tools forged in flame. Farmers need plows and scythes. Even the grandest temples, built to honor the most powerful gods, require metal tools to quarry and shape stone, to cut timber, to join materials into structures that can stand for centuries. The forge itself in these stories becomes more than a workplace. It transforms into a symbol of a particular kind of space where transformation happens through process rather than magic. The forge is hot and loud and physically demanding. Sparks fly from struck metal. The air shimmers with heat. The smith's face is lit by the glow of fire, dark everywhere else. This is not the ethereal beauty of Olympus. It is earthy, physical, real in ways that divine palaces are not. And yet it is here, in this unglamorous space, that some of the most powerful objects in Greek mythology come into being. Hephaestus makes armor for Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, armor so cunningly crafted that it depicts entire scenes from mortal life on its surface, transforming defensive equipment into narrative art. He creates the bronze giant Talos, who guards the island of Crete by circling its shores 3 times daily, hurling boulders at approaching ships. He fashions magical golden servants who assist him in his work, artificial beings that move and think and act with purpose. He builds palaces for the gods, structures of such beauty and permanence that they stand as eternal as the gods themselves. He creates the chains that bind Prometheus to his rock, chains that even a titan cannot break, demonstrating that craft can constrain even beings of immense natural power. Each of these creations tells a story about the relationship between maker and made object. Armor is not merely protection, it is a second skin that allows the wearer to be more than they could be unarmored, to take risks they would otherwise avoid, to stand in situations that would otherwise break them. A well-made shield is not simply a piece of metal, but a portable piece of civilization, carrying images and symbols that remind the warrior what he fights to preserve. Talos represents the idea that craft can create guardians that never tire, never sleep, never falter in their purpose. The golden servant suggests that creation can reduce the burden of labor, that clever making can free the maker to make more. But the chains of Prometheus introduce a darker theme that runs through Hephaestus's mythology: the ethics of making powerful things. Prometheus is being punished for giving fire to humanity, for sharing with mortals the very power that Hephaestus wields most masterfully. Hephaestus is commanded by Zeus to forge the chains that will bind Prometheus, to create the instrument of eternal torture for the Titan who brought fire to humans. The stories do not always dwell on Hephaestus's feelings about this task, but the implications are clear. The smith must sometimes create things he would prefer not to make, must exercise his skill in service of purposes he may not agree with, must wrestle with the knowledge that his creations will be used by others in ways he cannot fully control. This tension between creation and consequence appears throughout the mythology of craft. Hephaestus creates beautiful objects that become sources of conflict and destruction. He makes the golden throne that traps his mother Hera, a piece of furniture so cunningly designed that once she sits in it, she cannot rise, requiring Hephaestus to be brought back to Olympus to release her. He fashions Pandora, the first woman, as a punishment for humanity, crafting her with such beauty and appeal that she cannot be resisted, knowing she carries with her the jar of sorrows that will be unleashed on the world. The skill that makes him valuable is the same skill that makes him dangerous, and the gods who rejected him because of his appearance must eventually beg for his assistance, acknowledging their dependence on his abilities even as they maintain their social distance from him. The Greeks seem to understand that technology is never neutral, that every tool exists in a context of use that determines whether it serves or harms. A knife can prepare food or take a life. Fire can warm a home or burn it to ashes. A ship can carry traders seeking mutual benefit or warriors seeking conquest. The object itself has no morality, but the hand that wields it and the intention that guides that hand transform the tool into instrument of specific outcomes. Hephaestus, as the divine craftsman, bears a particular relationship to this reality. He makes objects of immense power and then releases them into a world where that power will be used according to purposes he did not choose and may not endorse. Yet the mythology does not frame Hephaestus as tormented by these ethical complexities in the way that might be expected. He is not depicted as agonizing endlessly over whether to create or withhold his creations. Instead, he continues his work with the understanding that making is his nature and his gift, that the world needs what he provides, and that the alternative to creating useful things is not moral purity, but rather the absence of tools that make life more bearable. This is perhaps a particularly Greek solution to the problem. Acknowledge the complexity, recognize the dangers, and proceed anyway with as much wisdom and care as can be mustered. Because withdrawal is not actually an option when the world depends on the work. The relationship between Hephaestus and the other gods reflects this pragmatic dependence. Ares, the god of war, needs weapons and armor. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, requires the same. Poseidon needs the trident that allows him to command the seas. Apollo needs the golden chariot that carries the sun across the sky each day. Artemis needs arrows for her hunts. Even Zeus, king of the gods, relies on Hephaestus to maintain the thunderbolts that enforce his authority. Every god, regardless of their status or power, eventually comes to the forge, seeking something only Hephaestus can provide. This creates an interesting dynamic where social power and practical power exist in tension. The gods who rejected Hephaestus, who excluded him from their gatherings, who treated him as lesser, must nonetheless acknowledge their need for his skills. They may not invite him to their banquets, but they cannot function without the products of his labor. The mythology preserves this contradiction without trying to resolve it, perhaps because it reflects a social reality the Greeks recognized, that those who perform essential labor are often simultaneously indispensable and undervalued, necessary to the functioning of society, yet not granted the status that necessity would seem to merit. Hephaestus himself seems largely unbothered by this paradox. He does not spend his time seeking validation from those who rejected him. He does not rage against the unfairness of his treatment or demand that his importance be publicly acknowledged. He simply continues working, finding satisfaction in the work itself, in the problem-solving and creativity and physical pleasure of shaping resistant materials into useful forms. This too becomes part of his mythology. The idea that craft provides its own rewards, that there is deep satisfaction available in doing difficult work well, that the opinion of others matters less than the quality of the object emerging from the forge. The workshop becomes a kind of refuge in these stories, a space where worth is determined by skill rather than appearance or status. In the forge, what matters is whether the metal is heating evenly, whether the hammer strikes are landing with the right force, whether the finished object will perform its function reliably under stress. These are objective measures, resistant to the subjective judgments that determine social hierarchy. A poorly made sword will fail in battle regardless of whether the smith who made it was beautiful or ugly, charming or awkward, beloved or rejected. A well-made tool will serve its purpose regardless of who forged it. The work itself becomes a form of truth that cannot be argued with or talked around. This quality of undeniable usefulness pervades the mythology of Hephaestus. He may be mocked for his appearance or excluded from social gatherings, but when a god needs something made, they come to him without exception. There is no alternative. His monopoly on craft, skill, gives him a form of power that exists outside the normal social hierarchies of Olympus. A power based not on the ability to dominate or intimidate, but on the simple fact that he can do things others cannot. And those things are necessary for the world to function as the gods desire it to function. The tools and objects Hephaestus creates ripple outward through Greek mythology, enabling other stories to unfold. Achilles cannot fulfill his destiny without the armor Hephaestus makes. Perseus cannot defeat Medusa without the weapons provided by gods who obtain them from divine craftsmen. Jason cannot retrieve the golden fleece without a ship built using techniques and tools that ultimately trace back to the forge. The Odyssey cannot begin without ships, and ships cannot exist without the accumulated technologies of metalworking, woodworking, rope making, and sail weaving that allow humans to venture onto hostile seas with some reasonable hope of survival. Every hero's journey is made possible by the unglamorous work of people who made the hero's equipment. And Hephaestus stands as the divine representation of all those uncelebrated makers whose work enables celebrated deeds. In this way, the mythology of Hephaestus functions as a kind of counter-narrative to the more prominent hero stories. While other myths focus on individual achievement and glory, the stories of Hephaestus insist on the importance of preparation, infrastructure, and the accumulated knowledge embedded in well-made tools. A hero is only as effective as their equipment allows them to be. Courage and strength matter, certainly, but they must be combined with adequate technology to accomplish anything significant. Hephaestus provides that technology, making him the unseen foundation on which heroic action rests. The god's romantic life, such as it is, reinforces these themes in complicated ways. He is married to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, in a union that appears to have been arranged by Zeus rather than chosen by either party. The marriage is famously unhappy. Aphrodite is constantly unfaithful, most notoriously with Ares, and Hephaestus responds by creating an invisible net of such fine metalwork that when the lovers are trapped in it, they cannot escape despite all their divine power. He then exposes them to the mocking laughter of the assembled gods, transforming his humiliation into their embarrassment through superior craft. This story operates on multiple levels. On the surface, it is a tale of justified revenge, the wronged husband using his unique skills to punish those who betrayed him. But it also demonstrates again that craft is power, that intelligence and skill can triumph over physical beauty and martial prowess, that the ability to make things allows for forms of agency unavailable to those who rely solely on conventional attributes. The net that captures Ares and Aphrodite is so finely made that it cannot be seen, so cunningly designed, that it cannot be escaped, so perfectly executed that it transforms Hephaestus from cuckold to victor through nothing more than the application of his craft. Yet the victory is hollow in important ways. He may have embarrassed his wife and her lover, but he cannot make Aphrodite love him. He cannot craft desire or forge affection. The very skills that make him invaluable to gods and mortals alike cannot solve the problem of his own loneliness or heal the wound of being perpetually unvalued by those he might wish valued him. This limitation is important to the mythology. Craft is powerful, but it is not omnipotent. It can solve material problems, but not emotional ones. It can create beauty, but not necessarily inspire love. It can make life easier, but not necessarily happier. The Greeks preserved this complexity rather than simplifying Hephaestus into either a figure of pure triumph or pure tragedy. He is simultaneously essential and excluded, powerful and pitied, respected and rejected. He has compensated for his physical difference by developing skills that make him indispensable, but that indispensability does not fully resolve his outsider status. He has found satisfaction in work, but that satisfaction coexists with ongoing social pain. The mythology refuses to flatten these contradictions, presenting instead a God who contains multitudes, who cannot be reduced to a single interpretation or lesson. This complexity makes Hephaestus particularly suited to bedtime storytelling in the modern age. Children, and adults for that matter, live with similar contradictions. They experience being good at some things and bad at others. They know what it is to be excluded from social groups, while simultaneously being needed for what they can contribute. They understand that validation from others feels important, while also knowing that it should not determine their self-worth. They struggle with the gap between what they can control and what they cannot, between the problems they can solve through effort and the situations that remain frustratingly resistant to any solution they can devise. Hephaestus offers a mythological model for living with these tensions rather than resolving them, for finding purpose and satisfaction despite ongoing difficulties, for continuing to create even when creation does not solve every problem. The rhythm of forge work itself provides a soothing metaphor for bedtime. The process is repetitive without being mindless, demanding attention but not anxiety. Heat the metal. Hammer it. Observe the changes. Heat it again. Hammer it again. Each repetition brings the object closer to its final form, but no single blow accomplishes the transformation. Progress comes through accumulation, through patient repetition, through trust in process rather than hope for sudden breakthrough. This is the opposite of dramatic urgency. It is calm, methodical, steady. It proceeds at its own pace, resistant to rushing, unfolding according to the nature of the materials and the requirements of the task, rather than according to the impatience of the maker. Sleep itself operates on similar principles. It cannot be forced or rushed. It requires creating the right conditions and then allowing the process to unfold naturally. The attempt to shortcut the process or skip necessary steps results in poor sleep, just as rushing forge work results in flawed objects. The mythology of Hephaestus, with its emphasis on patient process and trust in repetition, aligns naturally with the state of mind conducive to falling asleep. Calm attention to rhythm, release of urgency, acceptance that transformation takes the time it takes. The forge as symbol extends beyond individual objects into the larger structure of civilization itself. A community is not born complete. It must be shaped through repeated effort, tested under stress, repaired when it breaks, refined as new needs emerge. The tools that serve one generation become inadequate for the next, requiring new solutions, improved designs, different approaches to familiar problems. This is not failure but evolution, the natural process by which human societies adapt to changing circumstances. Hephaestus represents the ongoing nature of this work, the reality that civilization is not a finished achievement, but a continuous project, requiring constant maintenance and improvement. The homes people live in must be built and then maintained. Roofs leak and must be repaired. Doors wear and must be rehung. Tools break and must be mended or replaced. This endless cycle of creation, use, degradation, and repair forms the background of daily life in ways that are so constant they become invisible. Yet without people willing to perform this work, willing to notice what needs fixing and apply the skill to fix it, communities would decay rapidly into dysfunction. Hephaestus stands as the mythological acknowledgement of this reality, the god who reminds us that order is not natural, but crafted, not permanent but maintained, not given but made and remade through ongoing effort. The etymology of his name connects to fire and light, to the forge and the work performed there, but also to the idea of binding and joining. Much of metalwork involves joining separate pieces into unified wholes. A sword is not a single piece of metal, but multiple materials: iron and carbon, blade and hilt, metal and wood, joined together in ways that make each component work better than it could alone. A building is countless separate pieces held together by nails and mortar and careful joinery. A ship is planks and ropes and sails and oars, all working in coordination. Hephaestus, as god of joining, represents the technological ability to create complex systems from simple components, to build elaborate structures from basic materials, to achieve functionality through clever combination rather than through finding single perfect materials that need no assembly. This principle of joining extends metaphorically into social life. Communities are made of diverse individuals who must find ways to work together despite differences in skill, temperament, and interest. Families join separate people into units that function better than those people would alone. Civilizations join communities into larger structures that allow for specialization and trade. The forge becomes a metaphor for the social technologies that allow cooperation, for the skills and customs and institutions that bind people together into groups capable of accomplishing what individuals cannot. The Greeks situated their forge god at the boundary between divine and mortal worlds in interesting ways. Hephaestus creates objects for gods, but also teaches metalworking to humans. He is both Olympian and connected to earth, both elevated above mortals and intimately concerned with mortal needs. Fire, his primary tool, is divine in origin, according to Greek myth. Prometheus steals it from the gods and gives it to humanity, but becomes thoroughly mortal in application, powering the forges and hearths and kilns and lamps that structure human life. Hephaestus occupies this liminal space, translating divine power into mortal utility, making godly knowledge accessible to human craft. In some versions of the myths, Hephaestus maintains workshops in volcanic regions, where fire emerges naturally from the earth in ways that suggest divine presence. Mount Etna in Sicily and the volcanic islands of the Mediterranean become associated with Hephaestus, places where the boundary between Earth's interior and its surface is thin, where molten rock occasionally forces its way upward in violent demonstrations of subterranean power. These locations make physical sense as forge sites. Where else would you find naturally occurring temperatures hot enough to melt rock? But they also make mythological sense as places where the divine and earthly realms intersect, where the power to transform through heat manifests in ways that suggest intentional design rather than random geology. The craftsmen of ancient Greece invoked Hephaestus not as a distant cosmic force, but as a patron intimately familiar with their daily struggles. They knew what it meant to work in heat, to breathe air thick with smoke and metal dust, to burn themselves on hot materials, to strike and miss and strike again, to spend hours on work that would be undone in moments if not done correctly. They understood that skill comes slowly, through long practice and many mistakes, that even the master craftsman continues learning throughout life, that every new project presents new problems requiring new solutions. Hephaestus represented the divine validation of this hard-won expertise, the acknowledgement that what they did mattered, that their labor had cosmic significance, that the ability to transform raw materials into useful objects was itself a kind of magic, deserving of respect. The relationship between beauty and function appears repeatedly in Hephaestus's mythology, often in surprising ways. He creates utilitarian objects, armor, weapons, tools, but makes them beautiful. The armor of Achilles is covered in elaborate decorative scenes. The palace of the gods incorporates artistic flourishes beyond what structural necessity requires. The throne that traps Hera is described as exquisite in its appearance, even as it demonstrates its hidden menace. This combination of aesthetic and practical concerns reflects Greek values more broadly. The belief that the well-made object should also be pleasing to look at, that beauty and utility are not opposed but complementary, that craft reaches its highest expression when it satisfies both functional and aesthetic requirements simultaneously. This is not beauty for its own sake, the purely decorative beauty that has no purpose beyond appearance. It is beauty that emerges from and enhances function. Beauty that makes the useful object also meaningful. That transforms the tool into something worthy of care and respect. A plain sword functions as well as a decorated one, but the decorated sword carries additional meaning for its wielder, connects them to traditions and stories and values that plain functionality cannot convey. The beauty becomes part of the function, not opposed to it, making the object more likely to be maintained, more personally significant to its user, more embedded in networks of meaning that extend beyond mere utility. Sleep researchers today might say that the steady rhythm of craft work induces meditative states similar to those that facilitate sleep onset. The repetitive physical actions, the focused attention on a single task, the progressive movement toward a visible goal, the sensory feedback of materials responding to skilled manipulation. All of these elements can quiet the racing thoughts and ambient anxiety that often prevent sleep. The stories of Hephaestus, with their emphasis on patient process and methodical work, create narrative structures that mirror these calming rhythms. There is no urgency, no crisis demanding immediate resolution, no cliffhanger suspense. just steady progress toward clearly defined goals, each step following logically from the previous one, each task completed before moving to the next. The mythology also validates rest as necessary to the creative process. Even gods must pause between projects. The forge must cool before the next heating. The smith must step back to evaluate work in progress, to see whether adjustments are needed, to plan the next steps. This built-in rhythm of effort and pause, work and evaluation, creation and rest, normalizes the idea that productivity includes periods of apparent inactivity, that progress is not constant forward motion, but a cycle of advance and reflection. For listeners preparing for sleep, this message counters the cultural pressure toward constant activity, toward filling every moment with productive work, toward treating rest as laziness rather than as essential to sustainable achievement. Hephaestus himself, in the mythology, seems content with his work and relatively unconcerned with the status games that consume other gods. He does not scheme for power or form alliances to increase his influence. He does not compete in the dramatic conflicts that animate much of Greek mythology. He simply works, creating what is asked of him, and also creating spontaneously, according to his own interests and curiosity. This is not passivity, but a form of agency grounded in skill. When you can do things others cannot, you need not spend energy playing political games, because your value is self-evident and your position is secure. The teaching role Hephaestus plays in relation to mortal craftsmen represents another important dimension of his mythology. Gods in Greek stories often jealously guard their powers, punishing mortals who get too close to divine capabilities. But Hephaestus shares knowledge. The skills of metalworking are not hidden, but taught, passed down from master to apprentice, refined across generations, improved as new techniques are discovered and disseminated. This open source approach to knowledge, where the goal is to spread capability rather than hoard it, distinguishes Hephaestus from gods who maintain their status through exclusive access to power. The result is that craft skill proliferates throughout human society. Every town of any size has smiths, potters, carpenters, weavers, people who have learned to transform raw materials into useful objects. This distributed expertise makes communities more resilient, less dependent on any single individual, more capable of solving local problems locally. Hephaestus, as patron of all these craftspeople, represents the value of widespread competence over concentrated genius, of many people with solid skills over a few individuals with extraordinary gifts. Civilization depends more on the former than the latter, on the broad base of capable makers, more than on the narrow peak of exceptional talent. This democratic distribution of skill relates to the bedtime framing in that it suggests everyone has the capacity to create, to make, to transform their environment in useful ways. The listener does not need to be Hephaestus to participate in the work of making the world more livable. They only need to identify something that could be improved and apply patient effort to improving it. The mythology suggests that this effort is noble regardless of scale, that fixing a broken chair matters, that repairing a leaking pipe contributes to civilization's ongoing maintenance, that all such work participates in the divine work of Hephaestus, whether acknowledged as such or not. The transition from Bronze Age to Iron Age occurred during the period when Greek mythology was being formed and refined, and Hephaestus symbolically spans this technological transition. Early stories emphasize bronze work, later ones incorporate iron. The god himself remains constant even as the materials change, suggesting that the principles of craft transcend specific technologies. What matters is not which metal you work with, but whether you understand how to transform it, whether you grasp the relationship between heat and malleability, whether you have developed the skill to shape resistant materials into forms that serve human purposes. This adaptability reflects historical reality. Smiths who mastered bronze work could adapt their knowledge to iron once that technology arrived. The fundamental understanding of forge operation, of how fire affects metal, of when material is ready to work, and when it needs more heating. This knowledge transferred across different materials. Hephaestus, as constant God through technological change, represents the transferability of craft knowledge, the way that underlying principles remain valid even as surface techniques evolve. For bedtime audiences, this suggests that skills learned in one context apply in others, that effort spent developing capability is never wasted even if the specific application changes, that the underlying competence transfers. This can be comforting for anyone facing transitions, children growing into new developmental stages, adults changing careers, anyone adapting to new circumstances. The specific tools may change, but the disposition toward patient problem solving, toward methodical effort, toward trust in process, remains valuable across all contexts. The forge as literal space also carries symbolic weight in terms of transformation and identity. When you enter the forge, you are one thing. When you leave, you are changed. Not physically transformed, like materials heated and hammered, but changed by the work you have done, by what you have learned, by how you have extended your capabilities. Each completed project represents a small evolution in skill. Each problem solved adds to the repertoire of solutions you can draw on in future. Each mistake teaches something about what not to do, about where processes can fail, about what to watch for next time. This accumulation of experiential knowledge cannot be rushed or skipped. You cannot become a master craftsman by reading about metalwork or watching others do it. You must heat metal yourself, strike it yourself. Watch how it responds to your specific force, applied at your specific angle, in your specific rhythm. You must burn yourself and learn where not to place your hands. You must ruin pieces and understand what went wrong. You must slowly, through countless repetitions, develop the physical intuition that allows skilled work. The feel of when metal is at the right temperature, the sound of a properly struck blow, the visual assessment of when a piece has been worked enough. Hephaestus represents this embodied knowledge, wisdom that lives in hands and muscles and senses, rather than in abstract principles. The forge teaches through direct experience in ways that cannot be replaced by theoretical instruction. This grounds the mythology in physical reality, even as it deals with divine figures, making the stories resonate with anyone who has learned to do anything requiring physical skill, whether sports or music or cooking or building, or any of the countless human activities that require training the body to perform precise actions automatically. The isolation of forge work, hot, loud, physically demanding, also features in the mythology as both refuge and challenge. Hephaestus works alone or with minimal assistance, concentrated on the task at hand, free from the social pressures that operate elsewhere in Olympus. The forge becomes a space where he can be fully himself, where his worth is determined by the quality of his work rather than by how well he performs in social interactions. This resonates with anyone who has felt more comfortable in focused work than in social situations, anyone who finds their confidence in competence rather than charm, anyone who has experienced work as refuge from social anxiety. But isolation also means limited connection. limited warmth of human or divine contact, limited opportunity for the kinds of casual interactions that build community. Hephaestus gains independence and security through his skill, but potentially loses something in terms of social integration. The mythology does not pretend this trade-off is simple or painless. It presents both the benefits and costs of finding identity primarily through work, of building life around competence rather than relationship. For bedtime stories, this complexity works well because it validates different personality types and life approaches without insisting on a single correct path. Some people thrive in social settings. Others find their strength in focused individual work. Neither approach is wrong. Both have advantages and limitations. The story of Hephaestus validates the latter path while acknowledging its challenges, providing mythological permission to be the kind of person who finds deep satisfaction in making things, even if that makes you different from the socially graceful majority. The permanence of well-made objects appears repeatedly as a theme. Armor created by Hephaestus outlasts the warriors who wear it. Buildings stand for centuries. Tools pass from generation to generation. The well-crafted object endures beyond its maker, carrying forward the skill and care invested in its creation. This permanence contrasts with the ephemeral nature of so much human activity. Words spoken and forgotten, performances that exist only in the moment, experiences that cannot be preserved exactly as they occurred. Making physical objects that last represents a form of immortality available even to mortals. You may die, but the table you built might serve your great-grandchildren. The house you constructed might shelter families a century from now. The sword you forged might win battles long after you are dust. Hephaestus, as divine craftsman, magnifies this mortal experience to cosmic scale, creating objects that last as long as gods themselves. But the underlying principle applies at all levels. Good work endures, and that endurance is meaningful. This connects to sleep preparation through the idea of leaving things in good order. Before rest, there is satisfaction in knowing that tasks are completed, that tools are clean and stored properly, that work has been done to a standard that will stand up tomorrow and next week and next year. The forge worker who banks the fire correctly, who cleans tools before putting them away, who leaves the workspace organized for the next day's labor. This person can rest with the calm that comes from work properly completed. The bedtime story encourages this mindset. Attend to what needs attention. Do it properly. Then rest with clear conscience because you have met your responsibilities adequately. The vulnerability of the maker also features in Hephaestus mythology, usually less prominently, but importantly nonetheless. Creating something and releasing it into the world always involves risk. Others may misuse it, break it, fail to appreciate it, criticize it unfairly. The maker invests time, skill, care, and pieces of themselves into creations that then exist independently, subject to uses and interpretations the maker cannot control. Hephaestus experiences this repeatedly. Objects used in ways he might not choose, his gifts sometimes turned against him, his work appreciated more than he himself is appreciated. Yet he continues making. This persistence in the face of these vulnerabilities represents a kind of courage distinct from battlefield bravery. It is the courage to continue creating, knowing that creation always involves exposure, that putting work into the world always opens you to judgment and misuse, that the only way to avoid these risks is to create nothing, which is not actually an acceptable alternative. The mythology validates this ongoing courage without making it dramatic or heroic in the traditional sense. It is simply what makers do. They make, they release their work, they begin again. For listeners preparing to sleep, this normalizes creative vulnerability. If even gods experience the anxiety of sharing their work, then mortal makers can forgive themselves for similar feelings. The story suggests that these feelings are not weaknesses to overcome, but natural parts of the creative process, to be acknowledged and then proceeded despite. You cannot remove the vulnerability without removing the creation, so you accept the vulnerability as the cost of doing work that matters. The cyclical nature of craft work, project completed, new project begun, materials exhausted and replenished, tools worn and resharpened, mirrors natural cycles of day and night, season to season, life to death, to new life. This rhythm appears throughout Hephaestus mythology in the ongoing nature of his work. He is never depicted as finished, as having completed all possible creation. There are always more requests, more projects, more problems requiring solutions. This could be exhausting if framed as endless burden, but the mythology generally presents it as simply the nature of things. Work is not a temporary condition to be completed, but an ongoing feature of existence, and the goal is to find sustainable rhythms rather than to finish forever. Sleep fits into this cyclical understanding as one phase of the larger rhythm. The workday ends, the forge cools, rest comes, then the new day begins, and work resumes. Neither phase is more important than the other. Both are necessary. The bedtime framing emphasizes this balance, suggesting that rest is not laziness but essential preparation for tomorrow's work, that the cycle requires both effort and recovery, that honoring the rhythm serves the work better than pretending perpetual productivity is possible or desirable. The fire that never entirely goes out becomes a symbol of this continuity. Even when the forge appears cold, embers remain that can be coaxed back to flame, allowing work to resume without starting from nothing. The careful tending of fire represents the care required to maintain any ongoing practice, relationships, skills, health, communities. These things require regular attention. Neglect them too long, and they die completely, requiring much more effort to rebuild than they would have required to maintain. Tend them consistently, and they remain alive, ready to flame back to full activity when needed. This principle of maintenance over dramatic intervention appears throughout craft mythology and practice. The skilled craftsperson prevents problems rather than heroically fixing them, notices wear before it becomes breakage, addresses small issues before they cascade into large failures. This preventive attention is less dramatic than emergency repair, but far more effective. Hephaestus as god of maintenance and repair, not just creation of new objects, validates the less celebrated but arguably more important work of keeping existing things functional. For bedtime, this suggests paying attention to small discomforts and needs before they become urgent problems, attending to minor anxieties before they grow into major worries, addressing relationship tensions before they become crises, noticing when rest is needed and taking it before exhaustion forces the issue. The preventive approach reduces drama and crisis, making for a calmer existence overall, which is exactly the mindset conducive to good sleep. The collaborative aspect of large craft projects appears in some Hephaestus stories, particularly when he creates something enormous, like a palace or a ship. These projects require coordination among multiple skilled workers, each contributing specific expertise, all working toward a unified goal. The master craftsman in this context becomes less a solitary genius and more a coordinator of complementary skills, someone who can envision the whole while managing the parts, who understands both the large-scale design and the specific requirements of each component. This collaborative model suggests that craft wisdom includes knowing when to seek help, when to acknowledge that a task exceeds individual capability, when to trust others to contribute their expertise toward a shared goal. Hephaestus in these stories is secure enough in his own skill to work with others, to teach and learn simultaneously, to create spaces where collective effort produces results no individual could achieve alone. The mythology thus validates both independent work and collaboration, suggesting that wisdom lies in knowing which approach each situation requires. The tools Hephaestus uses to create other tools, hammers to make swords, tongs to hold hot metal, anvils that shape what is struck upon them, represent the bootstrapping nature of technological development. Each generation of tools enables the next generation, which in turn makes possible tools that were previously unimaginable. The hammer itself had to be invented before the more sophisticated tools it enables could be created. The forge had to be built before the objects it produces could be made. Every technology rests on prior technologies in a chain extending back to the simplest applications of fire and stone. Hephaestus as divine smith represents the entire chain, the accumulated knowledge of generations of makers building on each other's innovations. Each craftsperson receives tools and techniques from predecessors, and if wise, adds something before passing them forward to successors. This intergenerational transmission of knowledge makes craft a fundamentally social enterprise, even when performed alone. You are never truly working in isolation. You work in conversation with everyone who contributed to your tools, techniques, and understanding, and in anticipation of everyone who will build on what you create. This long view counters the modern obsession with individual genius and overnight success. The mythology insists that real advancement is slow, collective, built on foundations laid by people whose names we may never know. The steel sword could not exist without the knowledge gained from centuries of bronze work. The skyscraper requires accumulated understanding of metallurgy, materials science, engineering, and construction techniques developed gradually across millennia. Hephaestus honors this gradual accumulation, this patient building of capability generation after generation. For sleep, this perspective helps reduce the pressure to accomplish everything immediately, to achieve perfection quickly, to demonstrate worth through dramatic success. The story suggests that meaningful contribution takes time, that your role is to do your part in the larger project that extends far beyond your lifetime, that patient incremental progress is not failure, but how actual change happens. This long view can ease the anxiety that prevents sleep, the feeling that you must solve everything now, that time is running out, that your worth depends on immediate dramatic achievement. The relationship between innovation and tradition appears in how Hephaestus works. He honors traditional techniques, the fundamental principles of heating and hammering and cooling that have always defined forge work, while also pushing boundaries, creating objects that have never existed before, solving problems in novel ways. The balance between respecting what works and experimenting with new approaches defines skilled craft. Abandoning tradition entirely means losing accumulated wisdom. Clinging too tightly to tradition means stagnation and inability to meet new challenges. Hephaestus navigates this tension by understanding the principles underlying traditional techniques. He knows why certain approaches work, which allows him to adapt them intelligently when situations demand new solutions. He is not following rules blindly or rebelling against them pointlessly. He understands the logic of the rules well enough to know when they apply and when something different is needed. This represents mature expertise, not the beginner who must follow instructions exactly, not the rebel who rejects all guidance, but the master who has internalized principles deeply enough to apply them flexibly. The mythology thus validates both learning from the past and adapting to the present, both honoring tradition and innovating when necessary. For listeners at any life stage, this balance is relevant. Children learning how the world works need to understand established patterns while also developing their own approaches. Adults navigating change need to determine what from their past remains useful and what must be released to accommodate new realities. The Hephaestus model suggests examining the principles underlying any practice. If the principles remain sound, preserve the AI practice. If circumstances have changed such that old approaches no longer serve those principles well, adapt while maintaining commitment to the underlying values. The materials Hephaestus works with, metal, stone, wood, clay, each have their own natures that must be understood and respected. Metal becomes soft when heated, but returns to hardness when cooled. Wood is strong along its grain, but splits easily across it. Clay can be shaped while wet, but becomes permanent when fired. Stone resists shaping, but lasts nearly forever once set in place. The skilled craftsperson does not fight these inherent properties, but works with them, accepting the constraints materials impose while finding creative possibilities within those constraints. This principle of working with material nature, rather than against it, extends metaphorically to all human effort. People have inherent tendencies and limitations that cannot be completely overridden through will or effort. Situations have underlying structures that must be understood rather than wished away. Hephaestus, as master craftsman, succeeds not by imposing his will on resistant materials, but by understanding their properties deeply enough to work with them toward desired ends. The mythology suggests applying this same approach to life. Understand the actual nature of yourself, others, and situations. Work with that reality rather than fighting it. Find creative solutions within actual constraints, rather than fantasizing about removing all limits. For sleep, this means accepting, rather than fighting your body's natural rhythms. Working with your actual sleep patterns, instead of trying to force yourself into some idealized schedule that might work for others, but doesn't fit you. Creating conditions that support your particular needs, rather than assuming one approach works for everyone. The Hephaestus model is deeply pragmatic. What actually works is more important than what should theoretically work. What actually produces results matters more than what would be ideal in an imaginary world without constraints. The teaching of craft skills appears in Hephaestus mythology as a sacred transmission, knowledge too valuable to be hoarded. This contrasts sharply with other divine gifts that gods jealously guard or punish mortals for accessing. Fire itself was supposed to remain divine property, and Prometheus is eternally punished for sharing it with humanity. But the craft knowledge of how to use fire productively, how to build forges and work metal and create tools, this Hephaestus teaches freely, even eagerly, multiplying capability throughout the mortal world. This generosity with knowledge reflects an understanding that skill is not diminished by sharing. If Hephaestus teaches another smith to work bronze, he is not made less skilled himself. If many craftspeople learn to make excellent tools, this does not reduce the excellence of any individual craftsperson. Knowledge is unusual among resources in that it can be given away while still being retained, shared without loss, multiplied without diminishment. The Hephaestus model celebrates this property of knowledge, encouraging transmission rather than hoarding, teaching rather than gatekeeping. Modern listeners can hear in this an argument against artificial scarcity of knowledge, against paywalling information that could benefit everyone, against the hoarding of expertise behind professional credentialing, designed more to exclude than to ensure quality. The mythology suggests that widespread competence serves everyone better than concentrated expertise, that communities thrive when many people have useful skills, rather than when a few experts control necessary knowledge. The failure and recovery cycle appears in Hephaestus, stories less dramatically than in other myths, but importantly nonetheless. Projects fail, materials crack, designs prove inadequate. The mythology does not depict Hephaestus as infallible, creating perfect objects on first attempt through divine inspiration. Rather, he is shown as skilled precisely because he has failed many times, learned from those failures, and incorporated that learning into improved practice. The master craftsman is not someone who never fails, but someone who fails productively, extracting lessons and applying them. This normalization of failure as essential to learning, rather than as shameful inadequacy, provides valuable framing for bedtime audiences. Children especially benefit from understanding that mistakes are how skill develops, that failure is not catastrophic, but informative, that the path to competence runs through many errors. Adults benefit from the same message applied to larger life issues: career setbacks, relationship difficulties, health challenges, all the ways that life refuses to proceed smoothly according to plan. The Hephaestus model suggests meeting these failures the way a smith meets a cracked blade. Examine what went wrong, understand why, adjust, approach, try again with improved technique. The pride of craftsmanship appears throughout the mythology as a positive quality distinct from arrogance. Hephaestus takes satisfaction in work well done. He creates objects that announce their quality, that carry his mark, that reflect the care invested in their making. This pride is earned through actual achievement and is therefore legitimate rather than delusional. The mythology distinguishes between the false pride of those who claim status they have not earned and the justified satisfaction of those who have developed real expertise through long effort. This distinction matters for healthy self-regard, taking pride in actual accomplishments, in skills genuinely developed, in work that meets or exceeds standards you set for yourself. This is psychologically healthy and socially valuable. It becomes arrogance only when disconnected from actual achievement, when the self-assessment exceeds the reality, when pride is claimed without the foundation that would justify it. Hephaestus models the healthy version. He knows he is skilled because he has the evidence of countless successful projects, and he neither downplays that skill in false modesty nor exaggerates it into grandiosity. For listeners, this models appropriate self-assessment. Acknowledge what you are good at. Take satisfaction in your genuine accomplishments. Maintain accurate understanding of both your strengths and limitations. This balanced self-knowledge contributes to the calm needed for sleep, eliminating both the anxiety of feeling inadequate and the brittleness of inflated self-regard that must be constantly defended against reality. The utility of ugly things appears as a minor theme in Hephaestus mythology. Not everything beautiful is useful. Not everything useful is beautiful. Some tools function perfectly well despite being aesthetically unremarkable. Some structures serve their purposes without being architectural marvels. The mythology acknowledges this reality while still celebrating beauty where it can be achieved. But it insists that usefulness has its own value independent of appearance, that an ugly tool that works reliably is better than a beautiful tool that fails. This applies obviously to Hephaestus himself, the god whose physical appearance does not meet Olympian standards, but whose work is indispensable. It also applies to countless objects and practices in human life. The worn work boots that fit perfectly, the scarred cutting board that has served for decades, the unglamorous habits and routines that make life function smoothly, even though they would never appear in lifestyle magazines or social media posts. The mythology validates finding value in the unglamorous useful, in taking care of things that work regardless of how they look, in prioritizing function over appearance when the two conflict. The bedtime application suggests focusing on what actually helps you sleep, rather than what looks good, or seems sophisticated. If a worn blanket provides comfort, use it regardless of its aesthetic limitations. If an unglamorous routine works, maintain it even if it is not Instagram-worthy. The Hephaestus model cares about results, about what actually serves human needs, about effectiveness measured by function rather than appearance. This perspective can free listeners from anxiety about whether their sleep habits look right, and refocus them on whether those habits work. The relationship between the gods who need and the god who provides features throughout Hephaestus mythology has a power dynamic that reverses surface appearances. The beautiful gods who seem powerful because of their appearance or charisma or social status must ultimately depend on the ungainly god they socially exclude. This creates a complex hierarchy where formal power and practical power do not align, where those who appear most privileged are actually dependent on someone they treat as lesser. The mythology does not resolve this contradiction into a simple moral. Hephaestus does not overthrow the unjust system or refuse service to those who disrespect him or demand proper recognition as condition of his assistance. He simply continues working, providing what is needed, maintaining his position through indispensability, rather than through demanding acknowledgement. This could be read as passivity, as accepting unjust arrangements, or it could be read as a form of power beyond conventional power, as security that comes from being necessary regardless of whether that necessity is acknowledged with respect. Different listeners will interpret this differently based on their own situations and values. Some may see validation for quiet competence, for doing good work regardless of recognition. Others may see a problematic acceptance of unjust social hierarchies. The mythology is complex enough to support multiple readings, which may itself be the point, that real situations are complicated, that there are not always clean resolutions, that sometimes you must decide for yourself what balance to strike between demanding respect and simply doing what needs doing, regardless of whether respect is forthcoming. The transformation of the self through work appears as perhaps the deepest theme in Hephaestus mythology. Every project completed changes the craftsperson who completed it. Skills improve incrementally. Understanding deepens through practical application. Confidence grows from accumulated success. The person who emerges from years at the forge is fundamentally different from the person who entered, shaped by the work as surely as the work shaped materials into useful forms. This slow transformation of the self through practice parallels other slow transformative processes: education, relationship development, personal growth, spiritual development, recovery from trauma. All the ways that humans change gradually through sustained effort over time rather than through sudden dramatic conversion. Hephaestus, as patron of this patient transformation, validates the slow path, the unglamorous daily practice, the steady accumulation of small improvements that eventually sum to fundamental change. For bedtime listeners, this long-view transformation helps counter the modern obsession with quick fixes and overnight change. Real development takes time. Real skill requires years of practice. Real wisdom accumulates gradually through experience. This is not discouraging but reassuring. You do not need to become perfect immediately. You only need to keep working steadily, trusting that small daily efforts compound into significant change given sufficient time. This perspective reduces the urgency and anxiety that prevent sleep, replacing them with calm confidence in process. The acceptance of imperfection as the price of creation features subtly in Hephaestus mythology. Perfection is not actually achievable in physical objects. Every tool has tiny flaws. Every structure has minor irregularities. The question is whether the imperfections prevent function or are merely aesthetic. A sword with a slightly uneven edge can still fight effectively. A bowl with a slight wobble can still hold soup. The skilled craftsperson learns to distinguish between flaws that matter and flaws that do not, between imperfections that must be corrected and those that can be accepted. This acceptance of imperfection as reality rather than failure applies well to all human endeavors. No relationship is perfect. No career unfolds exactly as planned. No day proceeds without some deviation from the ideal. Learning to distinguish between problems that require attention and imperfections that can be accepted becomes essential for mental health and sustainable functioning. The Hephaestus model suggests applying craftsperson discernment. Understand what matters, address what must be addressed, accept what can be accepted, and do not waste energy demanding impossible perfection. Bedtime application is direct. Sleep will not be perfect every night. Your sleep routine will not work flawlessly. You will sometimes have difficulty falling asleep despite doing everything right. This is normal rather than catastrophic. The goal is not perfect sleep, but adequate sleep, not flawless rest, but sufficient recovery. Accepting this removes the performative anxiety around sleep, the worry about whether you are sleeping well enough, optimally enough, perfectly enough. The Hephaestus perspective suggests that functional is good enough, that striving for perfection often undermines functionality, that accepting good enough outcomes reduces the stress that prevents even adequate outcomes. The legacy of objects outlasting their creator becomes a meditation on meaning and mortality in Hephaestus mythology. The armor survives the warrior. The building outlasts the builder. The tool serves generations of users who never meet its maker. This physical persistence of crafted objects offers a form of continuity across time, a way for effort and care to extend beyond the finite life of the person who invested that effort and care. You die, but what you made continues, carrying forward your skill and intention into a future you will never see. This theme can be comforting or unsettling, depending on perspective and mood. It suggests that what we make matters more than we might think, that our actions ripple forward in ways we cannot fully predict or control, that we are always creating legacy, whether we intend to or not. For some, this validates the importance of their work, the significance of putting care into even small tasks. For others, it might raise anxiety about whether they are creating the right legacy, making the right things, investing effort wisely. The bedtime framing emphasizes the comforting interpretation. Your good work today matters beyond today. The care you invest now persists. The problems you solve stay solved, at least for a while. This validates taking time to do things properly, even when tired, to complete tasks adequately, even when it would be easier to shortcut, because the quality of your work affects not only you, but everyone who encounters what you create. This sense of meaningful contribution, of work that matters beyond its immediate context, can provide the psychological satisfaction that facilitates rest. The fire that transforms without destroying appears as central symbol throughout Hephaestus mythology. Fire can destroy. It burns, consumes, reduces to ash. But fire can also transform. It softens, melts, hardens, purifies, joins. The difference lies in how fire is used, in the skill and intention of the person controlling it. Hephaestus represents the controlled use of fire, heat applied precisely to achieve specific transformations. The understanding that the same force that destroys carelessly can create purposefully when properly wielded. This duality of fire as potential destruction or transformation extends metaphorically to all powerful forces and tools. Technology can harm or help. Knowledge can enlighten or deceive. Power can oppress or protect. The force itself is neutral. The outcome depends on how it is used and to what ends. Hephaestus, as master of fire, represents the wisdom to use power carefully, to understand that capability requires responsibility, that the ability to transform carries obligation to transform thoughtfully. For contemporary audiences, this theme resonates with concerns about technology, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and all the powerful tools humans have developed without always developing the wisdom to use them well. The Hephaestus mythology does not provide answers, but insists on the questions. What are you making? Why are you making it? Who will it serve? What might go wrong? What are you responsible for? These questions do not prevent creation, but make it more thoughtful, more intentional, more likely to produce outcomes that serve rather than harm. The bedtime application suggests examining your own uses of power and capability, however modest. Are you using your skills to build or to tear down? Are you creating things that will serve good purposes or complicate problems? Are you being thoughtful about the small daily choices that accumulate into the shape of your life? This self-examination need not be anxious or guilt-ridden, but can be calmly reflective. A gentle accounting that helps clarify values and intentions before sleep. And so the mythology of Hephaestus settles into its quieting rhythm, the story of the forge becoming the story of patient transformation, of small steps accumulating into significant change, of value created through steady work rather than dramatic gesture. The god who began as an outsider ends as indispensable, not through demanding recognition, but through making himself necessary, not through changing how others see him, but through demonstrating what he can do. His forge continues burning, transforming raw materials into useful forms, solving problems through patient application of heat and skill and time. The lesson Hephaestus offers to those settling into sleep is fundamentally calming. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to be perfect or admired or immediately successful. You need only to do the next thing that needs doing, to apply what skill you have to the problems within your reach, to trust that patient effort compounds over time into meaningful achievement, the work of making the world slightly better, slightly more livable, slightly more functional. This work continues tomorrow. Tonight, rest. Bank the fire to embers. Put tools away clean. Leave the workspace ready for tomorrow's labor. And sleep, knowing that slow progress is still progress. that small improvements matter, that civilization is built one careful step at a time by people who show up consistently to do work that needs doing. The forge cools, the day ends, the story settles into silence. And in that silence, in the space between effort and rest, between work completed and work not yet begun, there is peace. The peace of knowing your efforts matter. The peace of understanding that perfection is not required, only persistence. The peace of accepting that you are enough as you are, that your skills have value, that your patient work contributes to something larger than yourself. This is the gift of Hephaestus, god of the forge, patron of all who make. The knowledge that steady work, patiently done, shapes chaos into form and transforms the world, one small improvement at a time. Rest now. Tomorrow, the forge fires again. But tonight, peace. Tonight, sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.